right, calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, October 27th, 2021. Let's start with a roll call.
All right, thank you. This is Mary. I'll go ahead and take the roll call, and I'll start with Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House will be absent. Commissioner Jordan.
Present.
Commissioner Drury is absent. Commissioner Edmonds. Commissioner Edmonds.
Sorry, here.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lundvik.
Present.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Manuel.
Here.
And Commissioner Uli.
Present.
All right, we have a quorum. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so let's start with public comment. Any member of the public wishing to address this commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion, to do so.
All right,
Click on the green. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. We don't have any attendees by webinar, so I'll just confirm with Mr. Novskaya if we received any written correspondence for general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and commissioners. We did not receive any general written correspondence for today's agenda. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Still no one attending by webinar, so we can move on to the next item.
All right, great. All right, in that case, we'll go on to close item A and go on to item B, approval of the minutes of Historic Landmarks Commission meeting October 13th, 2021.
Move approval.
Motion. All right,
Make a
motion by
motion to
Commissioner
approve the
Uli.
minutes as submitted.
How about a second? Commissioner Uli already got in there on the first. You want to second that meeting or second that motion? Commissioner Mahan? Or does anyone else want to second it?
I will second that.
Okay. I saw Commissioner Jordan light up first. So second by Commissioner Jordan. Under discussion, any edits?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Lundvik?
yes. I have a concern with the minutes as it applies to item 1, the 9 West Figueroa Street, Lot 3 Paseo. It identifies who was present and identifies the fact that a discussion was held. But I think that's insufficient from the standpoint of the key points that were discussed at that meeting. Number 1, the project is introduced as looking at a phase 1 of the project and a phase 2. And I don't believe that is what we said. We're looking at a single phase for that project. And while the applicant may have talked phase 1 and phase 2, that is not what the discussion really entailed. The other thing that we discussed was the fact that they may have to go back and re-examine their program and where trash and other uses of the Paseo would occur. And that is when we also then appointed 2 members of the commission to work with the Public Works. But I don't believe that simply saying a discussion was held is adequate from the standpoint of what we told the applicant. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lundvik. I guess it would be Mr. Hamilton, and anyone else that wants to discuss this as well. Normally, we have more to work with than discussion held to modify. So, is there a reason why that is just put this way? Because discussion was held in Lot 3 Paseo subcommittee appointments. It doesn't really speak to much reason why or to any of Commissioner Lundvik's comments. being more specific, but it doesn't even address really why, why are we doing lot 3 Paseo appointments and what the hope was for it. And I thought we actually had some comments on that, or some more specific summary comments, if I remember right. But maybe there wasn't enough to officially have, official comments. I don't remember the exact phrasing of it towards the end. But I do remember the discussion and then us saying that we should, or agreeing to a point to, because I think it was a discussion as well with the city, with the applicant, and that, and it was to asking for a subcommittee of some sort to help them with this. But there was more discussion than that, than just a discussion. So how can we get more info onto this in a way that does reflect what we actually discussed or we're in a generally agreement on?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is why we review the minutes, and staff will go back and re-review the video, and we can note those comments in the minutes and review them at the next meeting so that you're all on the same page. And if there are any particular comments you'd like to include at this point that you remember that you wanted to be in there, just let us know now, and we can re-review the draft at the next hearing.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Uli, and then Commissioner Lenvik.
I think it is typical where we have a discussion that the minutes just simply reflect that there was a discussion held. I don't recall where any detail is expanded upon past discussion held, but I do agree with Commissioner Lenvik on this matter. If there was a summary of comments delivered, I know that there wasn't a motion on the project, but if there was a summary of comments by the commission, then at least the summary should be below discussion held so that we can recount issues as this matter moves forward.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, I agree. We need to have more information there regarding the thinking of the commission as part of our discussion. Otherwise, we're going to be fighting this battle down the road. So, what I saw was the fact that we're not going to be interested in phasing, number one. Number two, we wanted them to re-examine their original assumptions and program to see if it was appropriate today. Third, he introduced, or the staff introduced, a plan put together by them showing the potential paseo on the west side of the building by the drive. And that plan was new, was not a plan that we saw previously in, I think, 2018, and did not reflect the landscape plan that was also made available at this last meeting, entirely different. So we have confusing information being presented to us, and that only works to the advantage of the Public Works Department. Doesn't work to the advantage of the community as a whole. So I think we got to be real careful about not being a little more specific than simply discussion held. And Mr. Uli is relatively young, so he has not been around a long time to view the other discussions we may have had in this kind of situation. And but he looks older than he actually is, I think. I'm not sure.
All right, we're not going to enter that into the comments. Okay,
Well,
so
especially since that's not on the agenda for today's discussion.
yeah, Ms. Nsueta.
Oh, that's a really good point, Commissioner Uli. We shouldn't have too much of a discussion, but Commissioner Uli is correct. This is the way we typically write the minutes for a discussion. Of course, other discussions have been, not necessarily about a specific project. So I think in this case, it does warrant having some comments or your comments included in the minutes. So we will work on that
Great.
and get it back to you.
Mr. Chair,
Sounds good, thank you. And if you could also, go ahead, Commissioner Jordan.
I want to endorse the comments of Commissioner Lendrick. I do think that the minutes need to include more. In the interest of brevity, which I also support, I wonder if we could say that the commission expressed concern about the present state of the Paseo and of planning for alternatives. And that would explain why there was a subcommittee created to explore alternatives to the status quo. But something that short that gets the point across that we were expressing concern about the present state and about planning for future development.
Okay, that sounds good. And then I do think that Commissioner Lenvick's comments of that we were, and for staff to go back and look at the tape and see if this is accurate, but from memory, his comments of not in general, the commission not interested in doing a two-part phasing, and that was, I think, universal. As well, the original assumption of the program should be looked at as well, taking a step back as part of the discussion had been. And then staff introducing a plan, the confusingness of the plans that have never been all worked out. And so we just wanted to be clear that the landscape plans and the others that have been shown haven't necessarily corresponded, and they've been confusing in that way. So with that and with any other comments that's a sort of a general direction to look at the tape and see if it supports those, but those summary comments and then any other summary comments would be helpful as well.
Mr. Chair,
all right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Mr.
Mahan.
Chair. Yeah, it's important that the comments of that discussion come back in 2 weeks for the commission to review.
Yep, absolutely. And for them to come back in 2 weeks, yeah. And so, and speaking of which, do we have any other additional edits to this, to our
Mr. Chair.
minute here? Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Vice Chair House wanted me to pass along an edit on item 4, 215 East Victoria.
Okay.
So this is comment 3, and instead of the current comment 3, you'd like to shorten it to, well, I don't know if it's necessarily shortened, but for all 2x6 walls that are furred out from the main wall, the cove at the bottom of the wall shall be tangent with the main wall. There is no step at the bottom, as occurs on building 2 on the south elevation, on building 1, building 2, and building 3 on the west elevation, right above window 106. In the part in red, so building 1, building 2, and building 3 needs further clarification because W106 only seems to occur on one building. So I think it's up to the commission if you want to strike that comment regarding window 106. Let me know if that makes sense and if you agree.
Okay, thoughts on that? I think I got what Commissioner House's comment was, and I think that makes sense. But others want it finessed in any other way? Okay.
And I apologize. It's only so it's not so easy to do this over email. So I wish Vice Chair House were here to further explain, but we'll do our best.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair, if we are going to
Commissioner Lenvick.
thank you. Mr. Chair, if we're going to continue approval of the minutes until our next meeting, then Commissioner House will have an opportunity to
That's true.
this item.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, let's do that, because it's coming back anyway.
I will withdraw my second for the approval of the minutes.
I'll withdraw my motion to approve the minutes and suggest we move on to the next item.
All right. And I guess any other comments that anyone finds, in the meantime, they can come back to the next 2 weeks. All right, sounds good. We'll withdraw. Oh, yes. Who is that? Oh, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, so the motion to approve the minutes is withdrawn. We just need a motion to continue review of the minutes to the next hearing.
I'll move continue.
I'll
All right,
second.
motion by Uli, second by Commissioner Jordan.
Oh, no, Jordan's fine. Mhm.
Yeah, he jumped in there. All right, any other discussion? All right, motion to postpone. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, we are on to item C, approval of the consent calendar, October 27th, 2021.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion by Commissioner Uli. Is a second? Someone?
I'll
Anyone?
I'll second.
Commissioner Jordan? All right, Commissioner Jordan, a second. All right, under discussion, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. On today's consent agenda, Commissioners present were Mahan, Manuel, and Edmonds. Manuel recused himself from item C for conflict of interest. Item A, 1317 State Street. The motion was for project design and final approval with the following comment, and please correct me if this needs further clarification. The comment was to move the enclosure doors to the north in order to allow for only one wall and eliminate the need for the two small walls on either side of the doors. Do those comments sound appropriate, Commissioner Mahan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item B, 125 Rametto was for final approval, and final approval was granted as submitted. Item C, 801 State Street, the motion was for final approval as submitted. And that concludes the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, any other discussion before we go to vote on the consent? All right, roll call vote, please.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Abstain.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Okay, we are on to item number D, item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals. All right, so
Mr. Chair,
we have
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mahan.
I have an announcement to make that on November 10th, I will be out of town, so I will be not in attendance for either the consent or the regular meeting.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. All right, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So I have a couple announcements, and one is we've had several requests lately for people who are designated or buildings that are designated. The owners want to get plaques, and they keep asking me for what our standards are or what they should say, and we don't have anything like that. So I was hoping maybe I could get two commissioners who could work with me and we could develop that so that people who do want a plaque for their building could just order one. And it will be a standardized plaque that they can all just order and don't have to come to you for approval. And they can all be sort of recognizable. So when we see them, we know that they'll be familiar. So if I could have maybe one or two.
I'm happy to.
Commissioner Uli?
Great,
I'm happy to help out with that.
great. Yeah, I think it would be a simple little
Any other
project.
volunteer? Plaque volunteer? Not everyone all at once now. Well, Vice Chair House isn't here, so we can always volunteer him for it.
Okay. I'll
Um,
have to ask you.
all right,
Chair,
going one. Okay, Commissioner Jordan, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Great, thanks. I'll let you guys know. We can just arrange something and put some ideas down. I think the National Register has a typical plaque that people can order, so we can kind of use them as a model. I did want to announce that yesterday City Council did approve the final contract with Page and Turnbull to work on the African American context statement, and we are going to get going right away. We have the kickoff meeting with our advisory committee, Commissioner Uli, and the consultant on Monday. And we're going to get right going because we have to have the whole thing complete by next September per the contract of the grant. And let's see what else I do have. We do have another round of mass designations ready to go. So Mary's going to put those in your members only file, and you can view them. They won't be on the hearing until December 8th, so you have some time to review. There's about 30 in there. And I think those are all I have until subcommittee. So we can discuss subcommittee.
All right, thank you. Other announcements by applicants? Oh, Commissioner Edmund.
I just need to leave by 5:15 today, and if there's a problem with quorum, I could just go on my phone. If anybody else has to leave, that's an issue. But maybe we'll be done.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be done. Think positive. All right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes. The State Street Advisory Committee met on the 13th, I believe it was. I'm gonna check my notes here. And probably the 18th. Anyway, on the 18th. And we had a long presentation by the staff.
I apologize for the interruption. Is this a subcommittee report for item E?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay. I don't think we quite
yeah,
moved
sorry.
on.
We're almost there, Commissioner Lenvick.
We got through with announcements, right?
Yeah. No, we haven't yet. We're still, I was asking for any other announcements. Sorry.
Oh, well, I'll go
I'll
with
let-
this.
Sounds good. Any other announcements?
I just have a quick announcement.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton.
Just to announce for the benefit of any public who's listening, who's interested in the project at 123 West Gutierrez that was on consent, or that was noticed for consent this morning, rather. The project was noticed for today's consent hearing, however, it was postponed to the November 24th consent hearing for the applicant's request. So if you're interested in that project, please tune in on that date to consent. The other announcement is just to note that Vice Chair House indicated he'll miss most of the start of the meeting, but plans on attending around 4 and 6. That's all I've got. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other announcements or et cetera? All right, Commissioner Lenvick, let's go continue. The subcommittee report continued. Advisor, State Street Advisor.
I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at my notes. So we had a very detailed presentation by the staff on the next steps as we move forward through interviewing and hiring of a outside planner, moving it through the process of public hearings, so on and so forth. One of the things we did in the first part of the meeting was relate back to each other our opinions of what we saw in other similar kinds of improvements throughout the country. And Burlington and Santa Monica and Modesto and even down to Rome and Paris and so on and so forth, and Copenhagen, Austin, Texas. So we were kind of passing on information to each other as to what we saw and how it might apply to what we're doing here in Santa Barbara. Boulder, Colorado has a 6-block long promenade. And of course, Santa Monica is only 3 blocks long, but they're long blocks. Burlington, Vermont is 4 blocks long. Other than something like Rome or Paris or whatever, most of the lengths of paseos that we discussed were relatively short. Copenhagen is a long one as well. Miami Beach is 8 blocks long. So anyway, we went through that, and a lot of discussion about the timing of the upcoming events, so on and so forth. One of the things that struck me as we kind of concluded our meeting is that the staff pointed out that the current parklets and other uses of the sidewalk and street will expire in March of next year. And they asked us to give some consideration to what we would recommend to the city council as being the kind of improvements we would live with, except between March and maybe 4, 5, 6 years down the road until construction would start on an improved paseo. So if any of you have strong opinions about what you don't like or what you would like to see from the standpoint of improvements between March and whenever we have a plan, a scheme, funding, so on and so forth down the road, I think we should kind of put that together and share that either directly with the committee or you can share it through me, whatever. But there will be a long period of time where we're going to live with something that is probably not what we would expect. It won't be the ideal. Hopefully it won't be what we see right now, but there's going to be a period of time until we get a plan together and agree on it, and city council accepts it, so on and so forth. So our next meeting is still about 3 or 4 weeks away, but keep that in mind as you kind of walk down State Street and see what we have and what we can recommend to city council as a short-term, intermediate-term improvements we can live with. Thank you.
And actually, considering it's coming up in a subcommittee report, but it came up before. Thank you, Commissioner Lendick, for that. I had asked, I think it was probably about a month or 2 ago, maybe 2 months ago, we had a bit of a discussion of State Street, and I had asked staff to in the future to talk about an agendizing something for HLC to discuss about the future of State Street, this exact thing, the interim period from whenever the master plan, who knows how it'll be executed or when, but what the things are that will live what's in the meantime. So I think that's appropriate for even now, could be a good way of us, maybe we agendize it and maybe we work through a couple of things and come to some recommendations or what have you. But I think it is appropriate, and I don't know detail-wise purview and discussion of purview obviously is in HLC's purview. So obviously we should be reviewing anything that is this, because we review construction fencing and all kinds of stuff that's not permanent. And so I think that I'm assuming that it's all fully within our purview, and that it would be the appropriate thing for us to be reviewing and coming up with something from. So thank you for that, Commissioner Lendick, and then to Mr. Hamilton, could we agendize a discussion of that with also maybe a game plan from staff as well as to how this might, how our initial discussion could get folded into some of the next, State Street advisory meetings as well, and what's the best way to sort of integrate it are, because I think that there's going to be some value, obviously valuable input from HLC in this, and I don't know how else it would play out, because it might be a review thing that we review the design criteria or what. But however it works out, if we can work it out in the smoothest way, that we can do our job of caring for downtown. So, Mr. Hamilton, so.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a discussion item tentatively scheduled for November 24th on that. we'll need to work with staff to determine where we are on that effort and what information we can provide you to kind of help guide the discussion. So we will work with staff and then also notify you behind the scenes, more about what that discussion is going to be about before we agendize it.
Sounds good. And perhaps just thinking out loud, that might be a good thing. You're probably already thinking that, but the staff person that's in charge of the State Street Advisory Board, if they can be part of it and as well, would probably be a good way of helping to hold across a lot of this information. So, okay, anything else on this particular subcommittee report before we move on to the next one? Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Lenvik, and for all your help with it and keeping us surprised. Ms. Hernandez?
Well, Commissioner Uli or Commissioner Jordan or Commissioner Lenvik could talk about the designation subcommittee we met with the Bungalow Haven. They did decide to expand the proposed boundary a little bit so that it incorporated both sides of mostly East Victoria Street and was a little more comprehensive on that end of the district. I think one of the biggest things is the group that started Bungalow Haven Association asked for some time so they could gather support. Because of COVID, they haven't really been active and they kind of need to regather their forces. And I can let any of the commissioners expand on that meeting if they'd like to.
Commissioner Jordan or Uli?
I don't have anything to add, Mr. Chair, other than it was a very positive walking tour and a very positive conversation about the benefits of historic districts and moving the bungalow district forward. So I'm pretty excited about seeing it get some traction.
Okay. And then, sorry, who's the other commissioner that was with you?
Commissioner Jordan, I believe, went on that tour with us.
Okay. And there was.
And Commissioner Lenvik was at the meeting as well.
Oh, Commissioner Lenvik. Okay, I thought there was three, but I couldn't remember. Okay, so anything else from any of you three on the Bungalow Haven? Thank you for your work on that as well, and that's getting a great big chunk of historic district into the city and using our new ordinances. So it's great. Okay, any other subcommittee reports?
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a suggestion that we list the subcommittees under item E as just a matter of maybe prompting public comment if there are comments about what each committee is up to. I realize that subcommittees come and go, but whatever our active ones are should be listed there just to prompt us to ask questions if we've got them.
Okay, so the staff, is that reasonable? Can we get that on the next round of adding our subcommittees?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that's a good question. I think I don't see a reason why we couldn't do it. We would probably just want to make it consistent with other boards and commissions that have subcommittees. So I will look into it with staff and we can list them out on the next agenda. I know that HLC does have a lot of them going. So
yeah.
Why not?
Sounds good. All right. Like it. All right. Great. And any other subcommittee reports? We move on. All right. In that case, let's move on to item number 1. So that we are almost 15 minutes behind. So we'll try to keep things moving here. We are so it's 223 East Cabrillo Boulevard. This is a new item. This is for concept review. Proposal to construct a pergola and install landscape planters, new fencing, and lighting at the patio adjacent to Casa Las Palmas. Project includes renovation of the snack bar and ADA accessibility upgrade. This is for concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. All right, Commissioner Emanuel.
I'll recuse myself for a conflict of interest with the owner.
Okay. You. All right. So, all right. Welcome, Mr. Van Molen. So this is a new concept review item, so there's no minutes. So if you want to just introduce yourself and then after Mr. Hamilton gives any comments, you can have the 15-minute timer to go through the project.
Mr. Chair, again, my name is Justin Van Mullum. I'm a capital project supervisor with the Parks and Recreation Department. Here with me to present is Leif McKay with RRM Design Group, a principal and landscape architect. And for questions, we have on hand Jill Zachary, the director of the Parks and Recreation Department, and Elijah Pierce, an architect with RRM, and Anna Schmidt, a landscape architect.
All right. And Mr. Hamilton, was there any comments before they start?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I wanted to clarify for anybody interested, this project does not require a coastal development permit as it was previously permitted back in 1993 under a coastal development permit at that time. So this project, at least the pergola portion, was permitted but actually never built until you're seeing it today. So just wanted to clarify that procedural aspect, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Van Molen.
And just as a question for that, is it the same design or is it a different design, but pergola, same general shape? Or is it exactly the same design that was permitted in '93?
I believe it's generally the same shape. I don't think the design is exactly the same. Being so long ago, that permit, there's not a ton of information on it, but it's in the same location and I think the same general size bulk scale.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right.
Chair Grumbine, members of the commission, I want to I'll fill in and give you a little bit more history on the Arbor. So in 1996, a development agreement between the former redevelopment agency and the Fess Parker family was created. As part of the proposed waterfront hotel and the Chase Palm Park expansion, the city would construct the Wisteria Arbor. In 1998, the Chase Palm Park expansion was completed. However, the approved arbor was not constructed due to lack of funds. Now, to satisfy a contractual obligation between the park and the future hotel, an arbor in a slightly different location is being proposed. The new location does not create a potential area for misuse and is better suited for how the park is used today. The arbor will face the future hotel and park users in the Great Meadow while providing shade for the Las Palmas patio. Park staff has been working closely with Eli and Ashley Parker on the new Wisteria Arbor location, and we hope you approved our proposal. And at that, I'd like to hand things over to Mr. McKay. There we go.
Thank you, Justin. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All good.
Excellent. Great. Well, it's good to see you all today. I'm going to run you through the this concept for the renovations at the facility. We don't need to linger on this page very much. I think everyone's familiar with Chase Palm Park, and this Casa Las Palmas is pretty much in the middle of the block, adjacent to the big playground and the Great Meadow concert series is. Go to the next slide. This is a popular venue for a variety of events, including city programs, recreation activities, as well as private celebrations and the like. Both the building and the patio work together in that respect. This is just a few of site photos to reacquaint yourselves with it. You can see one question is, image 3. There's a good view of it. The concert lawn would be in the background there. There's, in addition to the building itself, there's 2 support buildings that you can see in image 3 and 4. Like, you might be able to get those on the screen together. They're fairly unremarkable buildings, but they flank the patio space. And one of them's a restroom, public restroom. The other one is a snack bar. You can also see some photos of adjacent uses, like the ones below there on the screen. That's the showing some of the existing fencing. And 5 and 6 may be worth zooming in on, which are views back of the patio from the lawn. You can see that the city, the way that the space operates, has had to take some temporary measures to, like that event fence, because of the way the space is used. So we're going to try to address some of that with the new design. We can go to the next screen, please. There we go. Maybe you could zoom in a little bit on the plan there. Great. So you can see Cabrillo's on the bottom of your screen. North is up. You can see the playground on the top left there, and the great lawn to the top right. Our project is really aimed at enhancing this facility and its users' experience. We're going to create an outdoor space that's comfortable, functional, and durable, to meet the need of its various users, and also the city, who has to take care of it and maintain it. So durability, that last point that I made, is pretty important in the scheme of things. We will be making some modest ADA upgrades along the parking lot edge, sort of to the left of the screen there. And that would just be things like curb ramps, adjusting cross slopes, nothing in terms of new paving along there. We're also going to be making some upgrades to the existing restroom and snack bar buildings that I showed you a second ago. They're anticipated to just be minor ADA upgrades on the interiors. We're not expecting any exterior work to be done on the buildings at this point. So most of the project really involves the patio, and more specifically the patio edge. That sun ray pattern you see is existing, and most of that flat work that you see alluded to there is existing and wouldn't change terribly much. So the structure of the space is really in place. It's got this circular layout that radiates out from the back of the building, back of the main building. And the main focal point, as mentioned already, is this new arbor that sort of conforms to the existing geometry at the outer edge of it, and in doing so creates a sense of enclosure for the patio. It also defines it as this semi-private space. So it has some physical separation from the park, but it still retains a visual connection. Excuse me. The location of the arbor means that views of it are pretty limited from the street. It's screened pretty heavily by vegetation in the other buildings. You really only see it from the kind of concert lawn area and the future hotel, as Justin mentioned. It's bookended by the two smaller existing buildings. You can see them there labeled 1 and 2. So 1 is the restroom, 2 is the snack bar. Gives it a nice sense of balance. You can see the whole thing was laid out pretty symmetrically around that arc. At the base of each post is a planter. You can see that sort of almost see there's little green squares, and that is for the to plant vines to train up the arbor. We also have a need. The city has a need to provide some sort of fencing to secure and help with the programming. So if you look closely, there's a fence that runs along, I think it's labeled at 16, it runs along this sort of perimeter. We want to formalize that. We'll show you some photos in a minute to get your input. But we want that fencing to be a permanent integral feature instead of something that's brought in for events. We really tried to de-emphasize it. Beyond the arbor, the steps down to the park have been consolidated. Currently, the steps pretty much run along that whole edge with square planter. We've decided to present a plan that just has a single point of entry, flanked by raised planters. So we get some more soft green edge. The plan shows a double gate connected to the arbor posts. So the arbor is actually creating a bit of a gateway coming in from the lawn or heading out to the lawn. And that allows us to not have to have gates and other ADA problems all the way along that edge. It's like an entry patio porch almost. There's better circulation between the patio and the restrooms. If you look at the top, currently you have to go down some steps and then go back up some steps to get to the restroom doors, which are on the back side. They face the playground. So we've held the grade up all around the restroom building, so there's an accessible route that's very direct, sort of between the end of the arbor and the restroom building. We can move on to the next screen, please. This is a basic form of the proposed arbor. It's a fairly simple structure, fairly unadorned. The main sort of features are it's a single post with a cantilever. And we went back and forth on 2 posts or 1 post. We've landed on this design because it's not a very big patio and there's less clutter on the ground with this approach. And it makes for a kind of a welcoming space for users on the patio. It's almost like hugs the patio in instead of creating a linear sort of tunnel at one side of it. We show a curved beam and other members that are actually on a true radius instead of straight facets that reflects the ground plane. It's proposed to be steel as opposed to wood, and painted a dark bronze brown color. And that's, I'm sure we'll talk more about the material later, but the primary reasons for that decision was the durability of steel compared to wood, especially if it ends up covered in wisteria, which can just eat wood alive. So, you know, for its long-term success, we think steel is a good approach. We also feel like if the wisteria is successful, it's really the structure is gonna recede and the wisteria will be what you actually see. So we don't think the steel is necessarily a compromise on the material front as compared to more of a traditional wood. You can also, it's easier to fabricate curved beams in steel than it is in wood, not that it can't be done. That's the slide. We can move on to the next, please. I'm looking at the clock. It's kind of nerve-wracking having that counter on. This is the final sheet. This has a plan view of the arbor that shows the radius nature of it. The posts are about 12 feet on center, and there'll be gates in the middle to 2 panels there to get down the steps. I talked about the metal. On the far right is this fence, which we imagine to run along the radius and then turn in to have some gates. And it's really so the city can try to minimize the misuse. It won't stop it. It's not a security fence, but it does demarcate the area, and it also helps for events to have an edge of the sort of reservable space. There are some existing fences in the vicinity, including at the playground, that we felt seemed a bit harsh looking. They've got the picket extensions, so they're kind of spiky, and the proportions seemed a little heavy. So we wanted to at least stay in a similar family as that. So we have this vertical picket fence with some more embellishment on it to soften it, make it a little friendlier. And that would be sort of black or dark bronze metal to match the other metals on the project. And then in the middle at the bottom is that really this is the goal. It's to have a very green, heavily ornamental arbor that comes alive in the spring and softens that edge and creates some shade and really gives it some character. We would, by necessity, have to remove a few trees in that patio, which, you know, you may have noticed in one of the photos, half the trees aren't even there anymore. They're just empty planter boxes. And the ones that are remaining are really unremarkable specimens. They don't serve much function in terms of shade or character. They're not very big. So we're thinking that they would come out to make room for this new arbor, which would be spectacular with the wisteria or whatever the selected vine is. And I think that pretty much wraps up sort of a presentation of the package. And then unless Justin has any more wrap up, we could take questions.
All right. Any other presentation material from the team?
I think we're good.
All right. All right, great. Well, we'll go to public comment first, and we'll come back to the board for questions. So any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, follow the instructions, and you'll get 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those attending, actually, we don't have anybody attending by webinar currently. And I'll just confirm with Ms. Ternovskaya.
If we're that popular?
If we received any written correspondence regarding this item.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm still not seeing anybody attending by webinar, so I believe it's safe to close public comment and move on to questions.
All right. All right, to the commission for questions. Who wants to start?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
I'm curious as to how the latias will be, if they're wood, are they wood? And if so, how will they be curved?
Right. To Mr. Leaf and team. I think that they were saying that they were going to be steel, but I to confirm that.
Yeah, I can confirm that. The proposal today is metal, so they'd be rolled square tube.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Edmonds.
I just want to confirm that the trees that we're looking at are existing trees, right?
All right, Mr. Leaf.
Yes, although...
Or to Mr. McKay, sorry. The tree question that threw me off. To Mr. McKay.
Yeah, not for the first time. Yes, the trees you're looking at are existing, but this does assume some are removed, so there's more there today.
And so those that are being removed are not being replaced?
Well, they're not being replaced in kind in the bounds of this plan. We haven't done a landscape plan yet.
Okay.
Intend to do, so any sort of mitigation would come later.
Okay.
In terms of where we need to replant trees.
Okay. I think I can turn my comment into a question here. I think it probably really is a question. Are you going, I just read this incredibly interesting article on the specific types of trees that capture carbon dioxide, canopy trees, for example, oak, for example, versus palm trees, which hardly capture any carbon dioxide. And so I wonder if when you get to that point, if you will be considering that, it's kind of a new concept in my mind, at the trees that you look at.
Well, I wrote that down. I guess my answer is we will consider that now. Although I will say, once you get so close to the water, your selection of plant species drops to a very small pool. So in terms of what can thrive with that salt laden wind. And so we will look at that. That's an interesting point.
The article that I read was specifically referring to Miami and how they are handling their palm trees going forward. And so they of course would have exactly the same problem.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Edmonds. Any other questions? I have one, if there are no others. Can you go to the trellis detail page? I think it's the last page. Yeah, there we go. Or actually, sorry, second to last. Yeah, that one. Bottom right, that detail. Okay. So had you considered a bracket on the other side as well? I see you have brackets going on 3 sides of the post right now. And do you consider a bracket on the longest cantilever you have, which is the outstretching? And if so, what was the thinking on that?
We did look at it. Part of it is that the right-hand side of that elevation, which is really the patio side, the bracket we felt like it potentially encroached on the space a little bit. Brings it down a fraction. We're imagining sort of benches and other things kind of along that edge. So we just felt we opted to keep it more open and high, like a higher ceiling. So that was kind of the thought process, but we certainly did look at that, and could be talked into it.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. In that case, let's roll into comments. All right. So the commission, this is for conceptual only. So comment away. Who wants to start?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan.
I like your suggestion that the bracket would be on both sides. I think that would help to balance it. I have 2 concerns. One is the height of it, which seems to me to lack human scale. I don't know why a pergola has to be 10 feet, because 9 foot. I can't read that little number, 9'6" or something like that.
9'8" to the bottom of the bottom of the beam.
Yeah, there you go, 9'8". It seems like a pergola need to have a human scale, and I think that's too tall. The other thing is the precedent of starting to do all of these things in steel. I know we made an exception for the parking structure solar panels because of the great spans, but I really believe that this could be done in wood, and I wonder if wood wouldn't stand up better close to the ocean than steel. That's a question that I have, and I'm not sure I could find for compatibility with El Pueblo Viejo in steel if it could be done as successfully in wood, and maybe lowered a little bit so that it's more in human scale. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mahan? Other commissioners? And actually, could you zoom out and maybe flip through some of the other pages too, just so that we have other things visually to comment on as well, in terms of any other thoughts on this? And so the tagging, we can stop here for a second. I just want to kind of bring up the tagging of this in terms of the numbers and their keying over to the side I think it has a lot of information in terms of what's existing, what's proposed, and those. So it might be that there's, as we kind of see, like number 4 is our existing drought tolerant plant area. I think obviously this is for conceptual, so things, well, there's forests all over the place, so things are going to get developed as a sort of general. I'm assuming that this is going to develop into a more substantial planting plan, et cetera. So it is a little bit difficult to read existing versus proposed. It all kind of looks the same right now, so it's a little bit tricky on that in that sense. So maybe one comment I would add would be just to differentiate a little better proposed and existing, so that we visually can see easily without going little piece by little piece, because there might not be as much actually proposed as it looks like. But that's a minor comment. All right, any other comments? Commissioner Lendick?
Yes, I agree with some of Mr. Mahan's comments. I think that the scale is the height's a little tall for human scale. I also believe that the brackets should be on both sides, and I believe it could be successful on both sides if it was slightly smaller in scale than the one that is shown now. And I think you ought to consider that. I think that, in my opinion, steel is an appropriate material for long-term durability and serviceability, from the standpoint of use and whatever. And a good example of the steel trellises, and we've pointed to this before, is Cottage Hospital. And if you have not been to Cottage Hospital and seen their design, you should go. Although I think that what I do see here has some of the stuff of Cottage Hospital in it. So I have no problem with steel, and I think it can work very successfully and be an appropriate material to use in this situation. But I think that the height and the bracketing should be examined a little further.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lendick. Other comments, Commissioner Jordan?
Yes, I would agree with Commissioner Lendick's and Mahan's comments about the height of it. I am also comfortable with steel, but when I look at this image, it's as if the beams are detailed as if they are wood. And I would encourage them to consider an alternate tradition, which is the tradition of ironwork, and that is of decorative ironwork. And I think that some of that decorative ironwork tradition actually works with the Spanish or Mediterranean traditional architecture that's favored in EPV. And I think it's probably also doable in steel. So I'd like to see more detail of the beams, the bracketing in the next iteration.
All right, Commissioner Edmonds.
I too am in favor of, let me put it, a non-wood material, because the wisteria is going to, if wisteria is the choice, and I think it's a lovely choice, it wouldn't only be fragrant, but it will just grow so big. It's a fast growing vine, and it would overwhelm over time a wood arbor. So I think a non-wood product, whether it's steel or iron, would be much more preferable.
Commissioner Uli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, I like the project. I'm favorable toward the project, but I'm struggling with the fact that I don't recall many precedent where there's a cantilevered pergola. Typically pergolas have a marching order of dual columns where the structure above it is rest upon it. So I'd like to understand where the precedent comes for a cantilevered arbor. If there is none, and I don't think there are many, then it may not be appropriate to have a cantilevered arbor in EPV, because we'd be encouraging that kind of activity where it doesn't exist now. It seems that it is possible to do a dual column marching parade of columns with a pergola on it if the radius were just simply increased a bit And one of those column lines engages the back planters and the front one lines up with the edges of the buildings as it makes the arc. And then you're not encroaching on the patio area. But I'd like to understand the precedent of a cantilevered pergola. In addition, if there is none, then I think maybe one way to not see it as a pergola per se is to have a slight slope to the cover structure. You know, almost like a cover over a French subway, a subterranean train entry. I forget, I'm lacking the phrase I'm looking for, but I think you know what I mean. You know, it has very pretty ironwork and glass work that makes it look very attractive. So that's my only issue. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Uli? All right. I think that's it. If any other comments, otherwise I'll just add a little bit and then summarize. So of my own comments, I agree with the commission. I think that the generally agreed upon comments, I think the pergola structure or the trellis is the arbor question. I had a similar feeling of single column, trying to think of single column structures. I believe there at Casa Herrero, I believe it has in the gardens, and I have to find out the pergola. I think there is small colonnettes that actually are in single line that hold an arbor. They're not asymmetrically disposed. They're not cantilevering to one side versus the other. I think they're equal, but but they're at least a single line of columns that I could see being that kind of thought precedence. But I agree in general that it's an odd thing to have the strong asymmetry, especially the strong cantilever out, and perhaps ironwork, which the decorative ironwork suggestion I think is a good possibility for actually pulling off something like that if you can get it to express the right way, because flat iron can actually do that a little more physically, a little bit more easily without all the extra hardware and everything else that we hide in our wood construction. So to make it actually work here. So I can see it working in decorative ironwork, but I do think that some precedent thought and study would be needed to get this asymmetry design with only one single column line to work in my mind. I think there needs to be a little bit more precedent study for that. It might be found, and it might be possible to make it more symmetrical and not just cantilever to one side. I agree with Commissioner Mahan's other point of wood as opposed to steel. I know there is some support and some commissioners that would be okay with steel. I would just say that if there is other ways of doing it, you don't need to push to the cottage hospital model, which seems to be on the outskirts of barely making it in, kind of on the edge of EPB guidelines. And so this decorative ironwork would definitely be much more squarely within, as would wood. So in my mind, those are two very strongly favorable ways of going. With regards to the fence, no one really commented on the fence. I think it seems to me to be pretty reasonable. I know it's not the most EPB in Spanish, but you probably could find plenty of examples where it's flat topped and for the fence, and doesn't have spikes or doesn't have other things breaking vertically. So I thought that the precedent was at least in the realm of reasonable, and more details would be needed, but going in the right direction. And then I think, and I'll just turn these into summary points then, unless there's any other comments that want to be added. I'll turn summary points so we can keep moving. One summary point with the arbor is to put brackets on both sides, so that not just the cantilevers, or the cantilever side is missing a bracket. So have a bracket on both sides. The height needs to be lower. It's a little bit too tall. and needs to be more human scaled. Material wise, the wood would be, some commissioners felt wood would be more compatible with EPB. Some commissioners were okay with steel and it looking more like the cottage hospital. And also some commissioners were in favor of going to decorative wrought iron. So there was that with wood, and I'll just say this, if everyone disagrees, and let me know, or if people disagree, but wood and decorative iron would definitely be within the EPB language. Steel is at least on the partially supported by some commissioners. So if you don't support wood or decorative iron, speak now, because I will put that as the sort of generally supported. And then and then also precedent study to be shown for both the asymmetry for actually, let's say three things: for a single column arbor with a single central spine of support, and also for asymmetrically disposed trellis off to one side of that single support, as opposed to having paired columns for the support. If you want to continue in that direction with not having two rows of columns, the more traditional 2 rows of columns. And then any other, and then for clarity's sake, had to have a planting or landscape plan that shows the existing versus the proposed clearly, so that we see the new areas that are being proposed the next go around. Anything else? All right. So does someone want to make a motion with those comments, or is that what we're looking for here? To Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, Mr. Chair, a motion for continuance with those comments would be appropriate.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Dordan, second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion. All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Lundy,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. All right, on to item 2. And we are just 3 minutes behind now. So nice job catching up. All right, so this is 409 Anacapa Street, 410 State Street, 27 East Gutierrez Street. This is a proposal to merge 3 parcels located on those addresses to create a 59,000 square foot lot. The proposed development involves construction of 78 rental units, which are of 42 studios, 18 1-bedrooms, and 18 2-bedrooms, averaging approximately 670 square feet per unit in a new 4-story building on the existing parking lot located at 27 East Gutierrez, using the city's average unit size density incentive program. The building would be approximately 90,000 square feet, including approximately 25,000 square foot ground floor consisting of a parking garage, commercial space, residential lobby, trash enclosure, and bicycle parking. The proposal includes 89 parking spaces in a combination of surface parking spaces and parking lifts. Planning Commission granted the community benefit project exceptions to height limitations. Final approval is requested. Substantial conformance to the plans that received project design approval on January 20th, 2021 is required. Project was last reviewed September 1st, 2021. All right, Commissioner Emanuel.
I'll recuse myself for conflict of interest with the applicant.
All right, thank you for letting us know. All right, and okay, so I'll read the summary with the motion minutes from last time, and then we'll have any other things from Mr. Hamilton, and then on to the applicant. All right, so from last time, we had to continue 4 weeks with the following comments. One, the commission appreciates the applicant for coming in progress review, and the following comments provide guidance and knowing that more details will be developed. In general, the design is coming along nicely. So, 2, study lowering the trellis and on the upper story southeast corner. 3, the architraves above the pilasters should align with the pilaster on the wall above the bike entrance. Okay. 4, study the mission gable over the door of the bike entrance. Okay. 5, the pilaster base should extend to the ground at the bike entry. 6, look at adjusting the bullnose size throughout the building, with the larger masses extending to the ground having larger bullnoses and the smaller masses having smaller bullnoses. Okay, 7, on the west elevation, restudy some of the details, including the awnings on the upper floor and awnings on some of the smaller windows to provide a more interesting breakup and less rigidity in the wall grid. Okay. 8, at the window detail K2, adjust the full plaster wrap at the windowsill. 9, look at the extending the bracket or providing a variety of brackets for the Juliet balcony. Anchor at the rail should be buried in the plaster so it's hidden. Attachment of the bracket to the building should be expressed, and corner posts shall be enlarged. Sizes for pickets, etc., should be shown as the project develops. 10, study the mechanical equipment and look at both exhaust locations. Make sure that the views of the mechanical equipment are hidden from the street. Show how all the mechanical exhaust is being handled, and all the elevations, especially the primary elevations, shall be sensitive in terms of providing less vent. This motion was by House, second by Uli, 7-1-0. Drury abstained. Manuel is absent. Motion carried. All right, Mr. Hamilton, do we have any other additional info on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any comments other than to remember to put the substantial conformance finding in your motion if you do grant this final approval today, just that the plans do substantially conform to the PDA set. We have the case planner, Kelly Broadison, here in case there are questions. Otherwise, the plans meet all of the requirements for final approval from a staff perspective. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Cornell.
All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Cannell,
thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Welcome. And
thank you.
Have 15
and
minutes.
Sean Ridenauer is also. Okay. Okay, let's get started then. We have lowered the trellis to 7 foot 6 inches. Probably when we get to the elevations, you can see that. In fact, if we go to the south elevation, which is sheet 5A5, please.
That's page 30 of the PDF.
Thank you, Sean. And Sean, jump in here anytime. So those have been adjusted there. If we look at those pilasters above the bike, yeah, so there you can see the 7 foot 6. Thank you. And if we go to that bike entrance on that Gutierrez Street elevation, right there. So this takes care of
bottom right corner, right?
That's
correct.
So this responds to both 3 and 4. We've just refined this a little bit and made the adjustments. So we can discuss this on comments if you'd like. And then the plaster bases are extending to the ground, which I think before it was just drawn a little bit incorrectly. Next item, so that's item number 5. I guess that was on, Sean, is that show on a note on 10? Yeah, it's right. It's here, correct?
Which
10.08, the note that we're referring to on those pilaster bases.
The Yeah, and that should be page 59. And that's H6, I believe.
H6, yeah.
Yeah. And that's just to clarify that note.
Yeah. Item number 6 is the bull nose. What we've got is a typical 3/4 inch bull nose, but we're calling out 7/8 inch bull nose that is at the main corners of the building. So we've enlarged those, and that shows on detail H10 on 10.05. So back a few, there you go. So that's that call out there. This is probably one of the biggest comments that you had. If we can go back to the elevations on a 5.01.
That's page 31.
So the owner has a real a negative feeling about awnings and the need for them to constantly be maintained and replaced. So what we have done, if we can zoom in on that lower elevation, what we've done in lieu of balconies to appease him and hopefully please you is created these little bracketed roof elements, which we can look at that detail K12. We can maybe enlarge those a little bit more to get a sense of those. And then we've also, and I think it helped a lot from the last time you looked at this, we have widened those balconies. They were basically right at the jamb of those openings. And so we have widened those, which I think helped a lot on this elevation. And you know, the hope here is that we will be able to get some of the sun control we're looking for from these awnings. It's also important to note here on these elevations, and this is basically related to number 10, we do have these vents that are necessary at the exterior walls of these units. And so those are little copper extensions, and that shows up, as you can see, on detail D4 on 10.5. So we might want to go to 10.09 to look at that awning, the roof extension, and then go to detail or page 10.05 for that D4 detail. We've tried to group these as much as possible on the vents. So I think there it is, it's D4. So these would be custom little copper vent flanges that would stick out as shown. So they protrude, you know, about 4.5 inches, something like that. And then as far as that decorative bracket detail, or that roof detail, that is, where was that, Sean, again? That's on...
That would be...
The detail is on 10.09, I think. There we go. No, yeah.
K12,
The
lower left.
Lower left. So these would be, and these would get, you know, the beam extensions would get little copper flashing along the top. So these extend out, you know, as you can see, a little over 3 feet. Next item is this is item number 8, at window detail K2, adjust the full plaster wrap at the windowsill. So I think this Sean, what did you do here? This one I'm not clear on.
The comment was because we used the foam infill at those windows, and I think the comment was that they would be penetrated easily by pedestrians, but that detail refers to all the upper windows, the second floor to the fourth floor, so they're really not accessible to anyone. We feel that detail needed to be revised.
That detail, did we change? We have the detail in 1007, correct?
Correct. That's page 58.
And
I think that's H2 on the right there.
Yeah. So basically, this is, this really is a constructability issue and a waterproofing issue. So it's a detail we've used before and it's successful. But to satisfy any concern about that being punctured, and we've added this note, which we would do. We do full plaster at the pedestrian levels, so we don't have that vulnerability. I'll keep going. Number 9, look at extending the brackets or providing a variety of brackets for the Juliet balconies. Anchor at the rail should be buried at the plaster so it's hidden. So this is detail B4 on A10.11. So that corner condition has been increased to a 1-inch post, and that actual bracket has been extended. We have not created variation in these balconies, but not to say that we can't do that. I think, again, the desire was to keep them all the same from the ownership standpoint. Finally, we've got item 10, which is talking about mechanical equipment and exhaust locations. So I've shown you those little vents, those copper vents. And I'm pretty sure we've got the mechanical equipment that's located on the roof and is all in the center of that roof. So if we go to the roof plan, Sean, which number is that?
That's sheet 24. So most of the mechanical equipment is towards
in
the
middle
center.
two sections.
Yeah, there's a internal courtyard to the whole project, and to the left and right, you can see the small condensers away from there, and they're surrounded by a solid plaster wall as well. And that kind of provides a barrier from the occupants at the roof deck level, not to see those, and to keep the sound to a minimum. Those are relatively quiet to begin with, those condensers.
And then we've got the solar panels are on the perimeter, and we could look at the building section. Those solar panels are below the parapet wall, so they will not be visible, as is the case with those little condensers.
Yeah, wherever possible, we have tried to keep any of these exhaust vents to a minimum, out of view, especially along State Street. There were some conditions we just could not get them either to the roof because of the roof decks, or in a hidden location. So the majority that you see do face the Paseo, which is not a very visible elevation from the street.
which we showed you before. So, Sean, I don't know if you have anything else to add, but I think that's it for me, and we can go to questions.
That's all I had.
All right. Okay, well, in that case, let's, and actually, I'll just, before we go to public comment real quickly here, was there any other pieces that you added that you went through our list, but is there any other pieces that you added new that detail-wise or others that you wanted to go over or bring out that that were part of, that weren't just answering the questions, but were other pieces that developed?
No, the big change were those tile roofs in lieu of the awnings. That's really the significant change that's been made. Otherwise, we were really just addressing your comments.
Okay. All right, great. All right, now let's open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon and follow the instructions, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair Crumbine and Commissioners. There are no attendees by webinar currently, so I'll just check with Ms. Tarnowskaya if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and Commissioners, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I still don't see anybody attending our webinar. So Mr. Chair, back to you.
All right. Okay, so to the commission for questions. Questions on the project. I had one quick question on the balconies. You said you increased the width of the overall balcony. Did you increase the depth at all?
The depth remained the same.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the bath vents to the walls, I appreciate your showing them. We have had applicants not show them in the past. And we've been kind of insistent that there be other ways to deal with them other than punching through the walls. One of my questions for the other commissioners is, would we not be happier if they were painted out to match the walls as opposed to being copper and going brown and being spots on the walls? I personally think painting them out would be a better deal than copper, but I asked a question of the other commissioners on that. The other question I have a tough time loading all these drawings onto my iPad, so I don't always know that I've answered my own questions I have, but it appears to me that on the site utility plan that you have 3 fire sprinkler double check valves on the Gutierrez Street frontage. Am I right on that, or am I not able to read that nicely? Go to the very last 3 or 4 sheets on the drawings.
Yeah. Do you know what PDF that is, Sean?
Let me try to find that. About in the 150s.
Now there, zoom in on that plan. I couldn't, but zoom in on the dead center on the frontage of Gutierrez Street. Keep going down. Enlarge it more. Tough to see. I think there are 2 double check valves together, and then 1 to the left of the concrete.
We have the one on the left would be the fire water. Then we have the domestic water, and number 5 is
it landscape?
No, they're not landscaped. Is a problem. Well, so the question is, can you tell me where the double check valves are? I mean, water can be buried in the ground and not be a problem, but I just don't know where the double check valves are if those aren't them.
No, that should be them.
Yeah. One is Mr. Lenvik. Sean, do you, looks like it says fire water. Is it going, oh, I see. It's
Yeah,
going
if you go to
to,
page 155, that's the utility.
You know, they're all three got fire FW on the line serving out of them.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think-
There's an existing one.
Yeah, Sean, that was the existing that's being moved because it's in that Paseo
Yeah.
currently.
Yeah.
But
Well,
Sean,
They're not
I was- sorry.
They're not landscaped.
Well, there is landscaping there, yes.
Yeah, but not to hide them. Not to obfuscate them.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the landscape plan to see what we've got in those locations and see if they are located in the landscape plan. Maybe that would be helpful.
Yeah, we do have
But the other thing I
Bob
was,
Cunningham on the line as well.
This is Bob. I'm actually on Justin Emmanuel's laptop.
We won't tell anyone.
Yeah, so you can see there's nothing
so
there.
so landscape's not showing them, that's correct.
So I
Well,
don't know.
and-
the solution. Can you,
And can you indicate where they are on this? Sorry, I think I know what you're talking about, but I want to make sure that we're all talking the same thing.
Well, they're basically, one is on the left side of that access to the trash, and then there are two that are between those two. The one access way to the little mixed use space, and then then the trash. So they're in those landscape areas. And we should show them. What I was going to say is that one thing, Sean, I think we could do is try to put the one that is serving the existing 410 State Street building, possibly keep it over in that location in the Paseo, so we don't have all three up in front on Gutierrez.
well, my question for the architect and the landscape architect is, on the two of them, is it possible to have a little low wall that maybe is 42 inches high by 6 or 8 feet long, set back from the edge of the property on the back of sidewalk, that would provide screening, and then that wall being planted as well to kind of hide that assembly of stuff that's there, with chains and padlocks and so on and so forth? That's just a question. They're valuable and needed, but can we do something about them?
Yeah, and I think it's a good question, because does the fence become something more than just that sort of industrial check valve, and does it ultimately just sort of tend to disappear in the landscape? I mean, that's my question. I'm not sure a fence is better around something like that. We see them everywhere, obviously. Bob,
Okay.
I don't know if you have a thought on that.
Well, if we could move them farther back in the planter, it would be ideal, but I'm not sure that we can. We'll have to discuss that with the civil engineer. My preference would be to shift them north. And I think probably the easiest thing to do would be to plant a hedge around them, that rather than put a wall and then plant the wall out. But I'm amenable to any suggestions, recommendations the commission might have. Obviously, we don't want them out there naked to the public, but they're like 2 or 3 feet back at the most from the back of the sidewalk, and that's difficult to screen with anything other than a hedge.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I think this is one where I completely agree with Mr. Lenvik. I think that we've got to do what we can about these. As I'm looking at this, I'm also wondering wondering if one of these can go in that little side planter alongside the building, which I think would be better than being in the Gutierrez frontage. And I don't know what the clearance requirement is from the wall, but I don't think it's much. So I'd like the opportunity for us to, I mean, obviously we want to get this into the building department, but I'd like the opportunity to study those and try to mitigate this concern.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have no problem with leaving it up to the architect and landscape architect to solve the problem, and they'll do what's right. So I have no problem with that. But my other question is color of the copper hoods at the events that I think the other commissioners should, weigh in on.
All right, Commissioner Uli, and then Commissioner Edmonds.
I don't have an issue with the backflow devices. I'm sure their aesthetic appeal can be mitigated. I do agree with Commissioner Limvick. Any venting element on the building should disappear in the color of the wall.
Okay.
And I can comment on that. We have used a product on another project in town. It's a prefabricated, it's a vinyl, which can be painted the same, and it is flush with the wall. They still are noticeable. So we thought that the copper might be more appropriate because they both will stand out because they have, you got louvers as part of those prefabricated ones. So they do have an appearance either way.
Yeah, I don't want to jump into comments, but I think the vinyl one will get resistance. If you have some other idea of painted out ones, then maybe you can bring that up as part of this discussion. But I think the word vinyl is dead on arrival. So, okay.
I mean, I just wanted to add that we've done these copper ones before, and actually.
Okay, actually, go ahead and comment on the copper thing, because that is part of our discussion. So if you would.
Well, we've done the copper, and I just kind of wanted to be honest with it. We have the copper gutters, we have those as honest vents, and it's a beautiful material that does patina. Yes, they'll be visible, but we can go back to that elevation real quick on sheet A5, but we've placed them in an orderly fashion that I feel would work. Even thought about elongating them so they sort of were even more rational to the windows, as little hoods above those windows, almost little awnings above the windows.
Gotcha.
But obviously we don't have them over windows in all cases, as you can see on the right and the left.
Sure. All right, let's keep going with comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Edmonds.
I just wanted to weigh in that I agree painting them out would be my preference.
Okay. Other comments on anything else too? Any and all? If those that have feelings about the new roof versus the awnings as well. Any thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, I have no issue with the tile eyebrows in lieu of awnings.
Okay. Any other comments on these or any other things that have been presented? Mr. Lenvick?
Yeah, I
have Commissioner Jordan after.
I have a question. We're looking at the that's the Paseo frontage, isn't it? Is there a that garage opening is way down out of the way? Is that right? Trying to pin this down. to where that is. My concern,
Yeah,
my
it's-
concern,
it is really just, go ahead.
my concern is what we look, if the public was to be walking by closely to that, what are we looking at from the standpoint of ceiling and lighting inside that garage opening? And I must admit, I did not spend time looking for that this afternoon. If
Okay,
that
to the applicant.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the electric plans of the garage and see what that fixture type is, but they will be looking into the garage. They'll see the plumbing vents coming down. You'll see the sprinkler lines.
Could we go to a plan of that and also just to see how the paseo or how the back way there?
Yeah, Sean, do we have
Yeah,
that
let's see if I
fixture in the electrical set?
Pull up plan. Let's see here. So the plan is E4.0 on page 137. Let's see that fixture. Oops.
Whatever C10 is.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up that fixture schedule. There we go. C10. We don't have a photo. It is a pendant type circular, the 19-inch diameter.
So we don't have a cut sheet of
With a
that.
frosted lens. There's not a image of that.
Okay.
But that garage door is way back, isn't it?
Well, it's not way back of the paseo. It's right there along the face of the wall. It's a thick opening, but it's right there. I don't know if this plan shows it, kind of shows it.
Yeah, it's right next to, there's a transformer at the end of the paseo there. It's right at yeah.
Maybe the floor
It's right
plan
to the
might
right
be
of
up.
that.
Yep, right where the hand is, that's the opening
Yeah.
right there.
Well, it's still far enough away from the public as such that I probably am not going to be concerned about it. But we have seen some pretty bad looking garage openings recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
Other,
verify what
Yeah.
those fixtures are.
Yeah, even to come in with a ceiling, a flat ceiling that was, you came in maybe a couple of parking spaces in, 16, 20 feet in or whatever, with a flat ceiling in that area that would conceal the stuff above and have recessed fixtures or whatever that might be more pleasant to walk by is my only thought.
Yeah, we do have a tall ceiling in there. We do have parking lifts. So the benefit is that opening is lower, which will conceal a lot of that fire sprinklers and plumbing hanging from the ceiling.
okay. And no, I think we've gotten to at least the questions / comments that are developing out of this lighting. Any more, Commissioner Lendick, on this lighting?
No,
You
I would leave it to the architect's judgment in that area. Now he's aware of our concerns, so let it go at that.
All right. That does bring up the other aspect, which was, I can't remember if it's so long ago, but the specs for lighting and that, lighting and the colors, material palette, that, did we already review that last time, or is this, or because you're coming for final, so, yeah. Was this already, and just want to make sure that if we looked at it already, that we're not looking at it again, but if we haven't looked at it, that we look at it.
I don't think we have looked at it, Mr. Chair.
I didn't remember it, so I didn't remember that we had. Okay, so let's also, if we can zoom in on these and kind of go through, we're opening it back up a bit, but to go through and make sure that we're okay on the color and material palette.
So you can see there that the doors and windows are a really pretty simple, straightforward chestnut brown. Or chestnut bronze. And those are, you know, wood-clad windows. And the storefront would be anodized as a dark bronze. Railings would be this sort of black brown, all the wood stain as shown would sort of be a little olive tinge to the brown. And the plaster is white. Of course, we don't have the fabric awnings anymore, except in the front. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
That pile is at the storefront base along the two storefronts.
Gotcha. Is any comments on the material palette now that, since we're going for final?
Mr. Chair, I'm comfortable with that palette.
Okay. Anyone not comfortable with it or any piece of it? Okay. All right, what else? Any other additional pieces to comment on? It seems like, unless there's anything else, and we'll give time for it if there is, the concerns of the hiding the backflow, check valves, etc. It seems like we are comfortable with the direction of hiding them as best as, or screening them as best as possible. Or at least some of the commissioners were comfortable with it via either plant or tucking around the corner or a wall configuration. We'll leave it to the maker of the motion whether they're comfortable enough to give it final with those comments. The other comment was the light C10 in the parking garage to look at trying to screen it as best as possible from the public paseo as well. And it seems like everyone, the discussion of the vents, whether copper or painted, I personally, I would be fine with either. I do like the idea that they're actually organized, and so they're, as a copper thing, that yes, it stands out, but it's at least proper materials, so I get that. I would be also okay with it painted out too, because I think both of those solutions are reasonable solutions, and there's sort of pros and cons of each. But those that would for sure be, I guess we could leave it for the maker of the motion to decide which way they want to try to go with that. But it seems like a number of commissioners have said that they would favor painted, but I don't know if they wouldn't accept copper as well. And I guess if you have a strong opinion about it, please state it. And then let's see, is there any, the only other comment I'd had on the wrought iron, and because you didn't vary from level to level, is that it would be nice to actually vary, even if it was just like stripping of the knuckles in the top level or something, because typically having 3 stacked exactly the same wrought iron configuration or wrought iron designs, that's pretty abnormal. There may be some examples, but for the most part, most of buildings, at least even if they're pretty formally laid out or regularized, they typically tend to change to some degree or another to show difference between the floors, or at least one of the floors. So I don't know if you all would be okay with it or you would be, if the commissioners would be okay with it, and also maybe to the architect, look at the idea of either just simplifying something on the upper level or some other way of slightly differentiating a level or two.
I totally agree, Mr. Chair. I think what we would do is probably perhaps even simplify the lower two levels and make the upper level just a little more special would be my tendency, I think. And I think we can do that.
Okay. Okay, so I don't know what the commissioners are feeling in terms of whether they think that this is ready for final approval with just comments and trusting that those comments will be adjusted appropriately, or whether they want to see it come back on consent or something else. But I'd be open for what people are feel. Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for final approval as submitted with those comments that you've made and making the finding that this is its substantial conformance with the plans that were previously approved.
Second.
I'll second that.
All right, Commissioner Uli beat you to it. All right, so a motion by Commissioner Mahan and second by Commissioner Uli. Ms. Unsueta?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to add a little bit of give you a little bit of information with respect to the backflow device. The municipal code does require that the backflow device for a mixed-use project be a minimum of 5 feet away from the front property line and screened. So I just wanted to put that out there so that when it comes through for plan check, we'll be looking for that.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And that also makes it easier because it's not getting through plan check without being screened and 5 feet back. So it's good. All right, so we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair?
All right, Commissioner Mahan?
Yeah, I think this is a very beautiful building. Looking at this elevation, the Gutierrez Street elevation, I think it's a very, very good example of a very large building, but I think it's a really good example of being able to break up the masses as in such a way that it becomes very handsome. I think this will be a wonderful addition to Gutierrez Street and a lot more beautiful than the parking lot that was there before. So I'm very pleased and I think the architect is very sensitive to the comments that we've made and he'll pursue studying those particular elements. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. Any other discussion? All right.
And we get 79 residential units in the process, which is good.
Yeah, that is good. All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Lenvick.
Yes, I vote yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmund,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so, and great, we're still pretty close here. We're on to item 3, the archaeology report. What's that?
Mention the appeal process,
Oh,
Chair.
good point. Sorry, I was looking at the agenda off screen. All right, so thank you for that, a reminder. So this action is appealable for 10 days to City Council within 10 days. All right, Mr. Hamilton, anything else? Good.
That's all. I wanted to make sure that got
Okay.
done.
Yep, thank you. Thanks for catching that. All right, see you in 6. October 27th, 2021. All right. So we are on to item 3, 515 West Olivos Street. This is the archaeology report. This is a revised project proposal for 6 residential units comprising of a 2-story duplex and a 3-story fourplex using an average unit size density AUD program. Unit mix includes 1 studio, 1 bedroom unit, 2 2-bedroom units, and 2 4-bedroom units. The units range in size from 295 square feet to 1,382 square feet with an average unit size of 1,000 square feet. The proposed density on this 12,500 square foot lot is 17 units per acre on a site designated medium high density, which allows 15 to 27 dwelling units per acre. The proposal includes 8 vehicle parking spaces and 6 bicycle parking spaces. The existing residence is proposed to be demolished. This is a request of acceptance of a Phase 1 archaeological resource report prepared by Brent Leftwich of Leftwich Archaeology. The overall project is under ABR purview. All right. So with that, do we have anyone from the archaeology team here? Project team.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't believe we do unless any members of the public who are attendees are. If you are, please raise your hand if you are representing this archaeological firm. And I just wanted to note also that Dr. Glassow has reviewed this archaeological report and agrees with its conclusions and recommendations. I still don't see any representative from the archaeological firm here, unfortunately. So I suggest we proceed without that. And if there are any questions, the report can always be continued.
All right, let's go to the, well, we'll start with the openness to the public for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon and you'll have 2 minutes to speak on it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you are attending by webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And Ms. Turnostad, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this item?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Commissioners, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any hands raised. There are several members of the public attending, but no hands raised at this time. So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, back to you.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission. Are there any questions about the report? Straightforward. All right, does someone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the report as submitted.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Gordon. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner London.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli. Commissioner Uli.
That was a yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmond.
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are on to item 4, 481 West Mountain Drive, archaeology report. And just a time check, we are just 12 minutes behind, so let's keep things moving. All right, so this is a series of 7 existing cottages constructed in 1947, listed on the Historic Resources Inventory. A single residential zoned site is developed with 7 dwelling units, 469 to 493 West Mountain Drive, and various accessory structures on one 4.59 acre lot and is non-conforming to residential density. The project seeks approval of as-built and proposed new residential remodels additions, and as-built and proposed new accessory buildings. The project requires a lot area modification and a setback modification. This is the requesting acceptance of a phase 1 archaeological report prepared by David Stone of Stone Archaeological Consulting. All right, welcome, Mr. Stone.
Thank you.
And Mr. Hamilton, did you have anything for us before Mr. Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only that Dr. Glashow reviewed the report and agrees with its conclusions and recommendations. Mr. Stone, as well as members of the applicant team from SEPS are present. If you have any questions, thanks.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Stone, did you want to give a little summary of your report?
My pleasure. Thanks, Chair Grumbine. I noticed that Vice Chair Howes is absent, so I did want to extend a big hello to the rest of the commission as well, however. So this is a very straightforward investigation. The background research indicated that there have been 13 previous investigations within a half mile of the project site, which is a fairly good number. There are 4 historic period archaeological resources recorded within that distance. Most of them, except for one, are associated with State Highway 192. So they're really actually almost architectural resources. One is located 2,500 feet away, and that is a segment of the Mission period aqueduct. But none of these resources suggest a higher prehistoric archaeological sensitivity of the project site. We intensively surveyed the site. The conditions under which the survey were conducted were very good because the ground surface was either highly visible or entirely visible. There were subsurface exposures from an existing drainage that allowed us to view the subsurface soils, as well as a considerable amount of rodent activity. And we were confident in determining that there were no prehistoric or other historic period archaeological resources on the property. And as a result, we considered that the project would have no potential impacts on archaeological or cultural resources. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, let's go to public comment on the archaeology report. Any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, and you will have 2 minutes to say whatever you want.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're attending my webinar and would like to give oral public comment, please follow the instructions on screen. And we do have several members of the public in attendance. While we wait for hands to raise, Ms. Tarnowska, to be receiving a written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Commissioners, we did not receive any written public comment for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I don't see any hands raised at this time. So back to you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. All right, to the commission for any questions on the archaeology report. All right, everyone's confident in the Gophers' ability to find things. All right. All right, if there's no questions or comments, so there's someone want to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept the archaeology report as submitted.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Jordan. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure. Bye-bye.
All right, you too. See ya. All right, so we are on to item 5. We're still about 12 minutes behind. It's 920 Summit Road. It's a continued item for concept review. This is a revised project description to include relocation of the batting cage from the as-built court at the event lawn to the area between the golf cart building and tennis courts. No changes are proposed to the previously approved 1,100 square foot golf simulator facility located adjacent to the existing tennis courts, tennis building, cart storage building, and clubhouse. Planning Commission review and approval is required for a conditional use permit amendment. The city's architectural historian prepared a historic significance report for reference. All reports can be viewed at Santa Barbara ga.gov HLC. And this is for a concept review. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. Project was last reviewed February 3rd, 2021. And this is that's part A, and part B is requesting acceptance of a historic structure site letter report prepared by Post Hazeltine Associates. The report concluded the proposed project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Therefore, implementing the proposed project would have a less than significant Class 3 impact on designated significant historic resources at 920 Summit Road. In addition, after implementing the proposed project, the clubhouse building would maintain its status as the City of Santa Barbara structure of merit. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I just wanted to note that the case planner, Pilar Plummer, is here and wants to give a few comments before the applicant presentation, just to orient you to what's going on with the project. Ms. Plummer.
Thank you.
We've never met Ms. Plummer before, so thank you for introducing her.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And then to the commission. So this project is before you today for an additional conceptual hearing. As you noted in the project description, it's to review relocation of an as-built batting cage from the event lawn area of the club property to the area between the golf cart building and tennis courts. This project element was previously reviewed by the Architectural Board of Review. However, at the most recent Planning Commission meeting in July, the commission requested that the applicant study alternative locations for some of the sporting amenities. Due to this relocation, the batting cage is now under the jurisdiction of the Historic Landmarks Commission because it is within proximity of the historic clubhouse. And as noted in the description as well, Post Hazeltine has prepared a letter report to discuss this project element. Following today's hearing, the project will be going to Planning Commission for review of a conditional use permit amendment. So at today's hearing, staff is looking for positive comments on the batting cage with the understanding that the batting cage will return to the HLC at a later date for official approvals. And I'll be here throughout the meeting if you have any questions, and then I'll turn it over to Steve for the applicant presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Plummer. All right, welcome to the applicant. If you could introduce yourself and then run us through your plans and the project. And you have 15 minutes, but you don't have to use all 15 minutes if you don't want to.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. Will attempt not to use all 15. My name is Steve Welton. We're the agent for the applicant. With me is Sam Mathis from Earth Forum, and I'm also joined by Dr. Post and Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates. If we could start with just the photographs, I was going to orient you as to where we're located before I hand it to Sam to go through some of the details of the batting cage. There's a file labeled photographs that was submitted. Hopefully you have that available.
Okay. Mr. Hamilton, do we know if we have? Mr. Hamilton, do you know if we have that photograph available? File?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, we are.
Or Mr. Bolton?
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, great. We can start on that photo map. As Pilar mentioned, the Planning Commission asked the applicant to look for alternative locations for a few of the components on the proposed sporting area on the event lawn. And one of them was the batting cage. And the location selected is shown in kind of light green here on the left side of the page, nestled between the Cart Barn building and the tennis courts to the north of that. You can also see the proposed golf simulator building, which your commission reviewed previously and was approving it back in February to the 2 o'clock position from there. And of course, to the east is the clubhouse building. The location was selected in order to provide, to hide it really from the view of the public and to minimize noise impacts from it. As we'll see in the photographs here, it is below grade from the clubhouse. There's also a retaining wall to the north of it that separates the structure from it, and the tennis courts to the north, and of course the Cart Barn building itself to the south. To the east, as mentioned, there's a grade change with a stone wall, and then there's olive trees, which we'll see, screening the facility between itself and the clubhouse. And between the batting cage and the clubhouse will be a trellis, which Sam will go into. So on the photo map here, the first picture will be walking down the path towards the Cart Barn, and you'll see the picture from there. And then moving on to the next one. That's looking really back towards from the clubhouse towards where the Cart Barn building and trellis will be located. You can see the olive trees and the landscaping there. Moving on. This is towards the end of the path as you approach the stairs to go down towards the Cart Barn. You'll be able to see the trellis here and maybe a portion of the batting cage. The next one, please. This is standing in front of the Cart Barn looking north. As I mentioned, there's a retaining wall. The tennis courts are not visible, but they're beyond there. And above that is the event lawn. Next one, please. So this is standing in the area that'll be just to the west of where the trellis is located, looking back towards the clubhouse. Again, you can see the olive trees and the stone retaining wall there. Next one, please. Just looking in the direction. This is where currently carts are stored in excess of what are stored inside, but these will be relocated inside the building. One more, please. And then coming back up towards the top, this is the women's outdoor recreation area for the clubhouse. And there's a wall around it. And you can see at the very top, there's a trellis element. And unfortunately, I don't have a better photograph in this particular set, but it's similar to the trellis that we're proposing. And I'll let Sam maybe go into the details of that. So that just hopefully orients you, and I'll let Sam now go through some more details. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve and Commission. As Steve mentioned, this batting cage location is really tucked direct behind the Cart Barn and the family activity building. And it sits down at that same level. It's very well hidden by existing large mature landscaping, as well as the grade change of the tennis courts. So it is maybe feet or more below the actual tennis courts, which are screened with a large Laurus nobilis hedge. If you could go to the plan view, I can describe a little bit, and that's good. You can see the batting cage is a series of 5-inch round black vertical posts. It has a nylon rope webbing. It's not a chain link webbing that you hit inside and catches the balls and retains the balls. So it's very discreet, and the black coloring makes it very invisible when you're looking over towards it. On the right side, the entrance east side, as you can see, our arrows point how the accessibility works from the parking lot down to the entrance, and the entrance of the building houses a theater, a bowling alley, and a number of gaming areas. So it's very kid and sports oriented in that location. So we feel like this location is concealed and hidden and muffled sound-wise from the kind of club and certainly from the neighbors. In that eastern corner, northeastern corner, you'll see a small trellis that Steve alluded to. That trellis will match the ladies' locker room lounge area, which is directly across that entry on the main clubhouse building. So those two arbors or shade structures will match in color and in detail. They do have little stadium seats to simulate being at a game that a parent or an observer can watch the activity sitting in and underneath that trellis. And again, the landscaping on the east and the landscaping on the north is very adequate and existing and established. So you won't notice this unless you're directly down, standing on the east side of that building and in the proximity of that entrance area. So we really feel like this location solves many of the concerns of some of the things that have been brought up previously. I think that really concludes most of what we need on this. If there's questions, certainly we can dive into anything you want deeper.
All right.
The main point is it really, really can't be seen. Thank you. The main point is it really can't be seen by the public or by any of the club members. You really have to be in that particular area to notice what's going on behind the building.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does, thank you. We also, I should say, we do have post-Hazel time here. If you'd like them to go through their memo, we'd be happy to have that done, or if you prefer to just let it stand.
Gotcha. Yeah, and actually I should have addressed that in terms of order, because we have the A and the B. And typically for these things, it's good to kind of open both and go through both and then come back and see if we're can agree on the project and then the historic report, or vice versa, so we can get kind of the read on both. So let's with that, let's actually go to post Hazeltine for part B of their historic structure site letter, and then we'll go to the public comment for both.
Okay, I think we have Tim Hazeltine here from Post Hazeltine that's available, and if he's not already a panelist, hopefully he can be promoted to one.
Good afternoon. This is Tim Hazeltine from Post Hazeltine Associates, and Pamela Post is also here. And Steve and the Earthform, went through the basics of the design. Our report supported the location. As they noted, it's not visible. It's actually tucked in between the sandstone retaining wall and the existing cart storage building, which is not a historic structure. It's a new building. I mean, new relative to the history of the property. The area, as I noted, is where the batting cage would go, is a utilitarian space that's used to store equipment from the cart storage building, some outdoor equipment that they move back and forth between the building and the exterior. There is not a historic landscape. The 2008 report concluded there was not a historic landscape around the clubhouse because it had been modified so many times. We believe the diminutive scale of this feature and tucking it behind the building has reduced its visibility adequately to ensure that it's not creating a visual impact to the clubhouse. Some elements are not, let's just say, historic. Resin seats didn't exist in the 1920s. However, these are very small scale. There are 5 seats. They're located at a great distance, essentially, from the clubhouse. So it's not a visual, an addition that would visually impact the setting of the clubhouse. And our conclusion was that Pam and I believe that this is a fairly modest structure. It's very reversible. It can be removed in the future with no impact to historic hardscape elements or the clubhouse building. And so our report concluded that the addition of this structure or feature would not create an impact to the historic resource, which is the clubhouse. And that concludes our brief presentation.
All right, thank you. Okay, so now let's go to public comment for both these parts of this item, A and B. So any member of the public wishing to comment on either part A or B, the historic letter or historian's letter, or the project for concept review, please click on the green arrow hand icon to raise your hand, follow the instructions, and you get 2 minutes to comment on this item.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and commissioners. And if you would like to give oral public comment on this project, please follow the instructions as shown on screen if you are attending by webinar. Ms. Ternovska, did we receive any written correspondence regarding this project?
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton and commissioners. We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There are several members of the public attending by webinar. However, no hands raised at this time. So I think it's safe to turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair and commissioners.
All right, to the commission for questions. I think this is not a complex enough project, so we can just have questions to either for part A or B to the applicant team. For either the historic letter or for the design. Commissioner Lendick?
Yeah, could we have the photos again? I believe number 1 was the photo of this area. Maybe I want to look along the side of that existing service building. So maybe it's right there, right there. Yeah, go back. Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any questions from any of the commissioners? One question I had was there a photo of the reference? I know you have the drawings right here of the trellis structure. Was there any photos of that trellis structure that you're referencing in this packet or not?
No, I think we actually had a photo of the ladies' lounge top trellis members that Steve did reference, but we don't show any of the
just there. Got it. Yeah.
Beams and connections. So that's standing down in that area. So you see the very top. So the idea is that these two trellises would meet and be in the same character scale. So if you're standing and looking back at the main building or looking at the side of the center, you might see them both in the same viewing area. They would and match in intention.
And just to clarify, this picture is taken from the pathway above the cart path, so it's not at the level of the batting cage.
So it's even more than, our batting cage is lower than that, but that's the only close text that we felt was appropriate to relate to and match up closely to.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Emanuel.
I have a question. Can you zoom in on or go to the plan, that plan, and zoom in on the trellis area? Yeah. That dotted line, that curved dotted line that runs through it, is that the existing wall?
That's a good question. Existing wall is actually the kind of oval shaped cobble rock in the back. On the right is denoted by a tan color. On the back, it's denoted in white. In the curving section is a low, we'll call it a raised planter that will be removed. And the larger wall will continue to the east and back to the south. So we'll be removing a small planter in that corner little area to function as proposed it.
Okay, but none of this will impede on that taller planting or those olive trees or anything?
No, in fact, that back wall exists and we'll go to that base, and that wall will be what we build to. This smaller, maybe 3 foot high planter in the front is what's taken out.
Okay.
Okay, other questions for either the historians or the applicant? All right. If there's no other questions, we can go. Although, actually, I guess one question for the historians. Did you consider a comparison to a 1920s Wrigley Field in Catalina Island bleacher for a appropriate time period?
Chair Grumbine, no, we did not.
Okay, just checking.
Small Small is better in this case. Best.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, we'll go on to comments by the commission. Anyone want to start? I should preface it with, the planning department, the planning commission wants comments, whether they're positive or what have you for this design. This is not an actionable item, so we just sent it with our comments. And then the other part of that is accepting or not the historian letter. Is that correct? First, just to staff as a point of making sure that we're discussing the right thing, taking the correct actions.
That's correct, Chair Grumbine.
Okay. And could this be all one motion, or should we separate them out into two motions?
Chair Grumbine, they should be separated out into two motions. You'll vote on item A and B separately.
Okay, so why don't we go with item A first, and let's just talk about the project and what our comments are going to be to the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Uli.
I'll take a start. I don't have an issue with the project. I agree with the conclusions of the historic structures site letter, memo, whatever you want to call it, that it has no impact. It's basically transparent, that you can see right through it. So it's not much of an impact in my opinion. I can support the project.
Okay, Commissioner Jordan.
Thank you, thank you, Chair. I found the presentation very persuasive. I'm able to support this. One thing that was very persuasive for me is the fact that this is a very light structure and could be easily removed at some future date. So I don't see any significant permanent impact.
All right, thank you. Other comments? And Commissioner Edmonds? Oh, do you have an audio? I think she's.
Yeah, I was muted. I think Mr. Hamilton had had enough of me, maybe. I agree with the previous comments. You can see right through it. It doesn't seem to have much of an impact, but I guess I just need to say that I'm not a fan of this grass. It appears to be fake grass because of the, impact to the environment. So, but that's not going to, that wouldn't sway my vote.
And actually, let's get clarity on that as well. It's a good question. Is this artificial turf? Is this lawn? What is this surface it's going to be?
Chair Grumbine, I can answer that. It is a synthetic material, so it does not need any water or any maintenance. It's there just to kind of deaden the sound of the ball hitting the pavement and or activity. It softens the hardscape, if you will, as kind of a bottom covering. So it's not meant to be anything lush and landscape-wise. It's just to kind of complete the full area inside as a sound modification, as well as just an aesthetic different look than concrete.
Maybe to continue my comment, maybe Commissioner Manuel could comment on the environmental impact. I mean, I realize the Montecito Club has got a ton of grass already, so it seems like they're already spending a bit of money on water. But is that appropriate? Maybe Commissioner Manuel could comment.
For batting
cages,
yeah, I think for batting cages, it would be appropriate just because it just gets potentially so much abuse. Of course, it still does kind of have to be watered every now and then, which is ironic, just to clean it. But I'm pretty much fine with it.
Okay.
Thank
you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Edmonds, Commissioner Manuel. Commissioner Lenvik, I think you were going to say something.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this either. I think the batting cage is gonna, it'll be there a while or it won't be there a while and it's invisible. I think that, the trellis structure, I don't have a problem with that either, but, I look at it and I reflect back on my, freshman year in college and we had, little test design solutions we had to come up with to strange little uses on a property. And here you got a cart building and 90 degrees to it. You have the golf building, and you kind of wonder, has the designer given enough consideration to where the trellis structure should go and how it should be viewed and landscaped, so on and so forth. Right now it's, two exterior corners are touching each other and it doesn't look like it's a very creative or thought out solution, but I don't think anybody really cares. And other than my comments, I don't care either.
All right. Other comments by other commissioners? All right. Well, Commissioner Lenzik, I care about your comments. But I think you bring up a good point. I agree with the other commissioner comments, and I think that this is a really nice place to tuck it, and it hides it away, and I think there's no impact. I do think that you raised a good point about the trellis, and maybe as it goes forward, this can be tweaked a little bit to take some of those thoughts into consideration, see if there is a little bit of a different, massage it a bit, see if there's a slightly different shape or a slightly different configuration that that addresses some of those things. Because the post right next to the corner, it does feel a little bit awkward. So I think it's worth, especially considering this is just to us for conceptual, as it comes back, a little bit of additional study could make it even that much nicer. So, so I guess to summarize the comments for the Planning Commission, I think that the commission is generally favorable of this design and location. We find that it does not impact the historic resource. We find that the use of materials as being very see-through and the location of it basically disappears and goes away. And that the chairs as proposed are both removable long-term, do not impact the historic resource, and are acceptable. And that the trellis to be studied additionally to perhaps slightly modify it based on its in its location and or size for when it comes back. But that in general, that we are in favor of the project. Any other comments? Okay, so does someone want to make a motion with those comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we accept the historic structure site letter as prepared and continue the matter indefinitely.
Although they don't want it combined. So do you want to do or you want to do the historian first?
I'll just do the B part then.
Okay, so okay, great. So that there's a motion for accepting the historic structure site letter report. So Commissioner Jordan is seconding it under discussion, and this is just for the historic structure sites report and its finding. All right, any discussion? No? All right, so let's have a roll call vote for that, just the item B.
All right, thank you. I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Edmonds?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel?
Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to continue the matter indefinitely.
All right, but I think with sending the summary of those comments to Planning Commission.
That is true.
And also, Mr. Chair, and to Commissioner Uli, can you note if you would like this project to return to the full commission after Planning Commission, or if it can go to consent?
Bring it back to the full commission.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Uli, second by Commissioner Jordan. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote for this.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Edmonds.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundgren,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Manuel,
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan,
Yes.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carried.
All right, we are on, thank you. And we are on to, yeah, I guess none of that is appealable. So we're on to item 6. And we are only 8 minutes behind. All right. So it is Commissioner Manuel.
Sorry, I've got to recuse myself for conflict of interest with the owner. And I will leave the meeting.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we are on to item, I just said that. So it's 1221 Anacapa Street. It's the continued item in progress review. This is a proposal to construct a new 500 kilowatt photovoltaic system on the upper level of the city-owned Granada Garage located in the EPV that will also function as a parking canopy. The superstructure will have a maximum height of 46 feet 11 inches and consists of painted high-strength steel columns and beams with galvanized light gauge steel purlins on top to support and attach the solar module. The project also includes the removal of existing rooftop light poles and 13 small olive trees in pots to allow for new solar photovoltaic canopy. The Planning Commission approved a height exception on December 10th, 2020, allowing the project to exceed the standard height limit of 45 feet in the commercial general high-density residential priority housing overlay CG zone. Say that 5 times fast. All right, and in progress review is requested for alterations to the trellis structure in response to HLC comments made in September 15th, 2021. No final appealable action will be taken at this hearing. All right, so with that, we will go through our comments from last time. And then go to Mr. Hamilton for any additional notes. All right, so the project, this is from the motion from last time, was the project design approval and continue indefinitely to full commission with the following conditions and comments. So 1, either the structural or faux columns shall be placed at ends of the 6 large cantilever beams as discussed. 2, applicant may use galvanized Z channels for the solar panel array supports. 3, all conduit on the interior walls, parapets, and columns on the upper level shall be painted to match either the columns or either the walls or the columns. 4, the color of the structural steel elements is not finally approved, although the Commission prefers the color currently proposed in lieu of a dark color. 5, all lights shall be concealed or painted out on the upper structure. 6, girders, beams, and other structural elements shall have steel end caps. All right. 7, the architect is encouraged to explore alternative solutions which might create less impact on Anasmooth Street frontage and might enable them to expand slightly on the Anacapa Street frontage within the structural framework of the trellis structure. All right. 8, architect shall return for in-progress review with drawings showing greater detail and exploring the alternatives suggested. 9, look at the alternative layouts for any panels visible from Annapurna Street. All right, 10, the commission finds the project compatibility analysis findings generally have been met as follows. A, the design of the support structure of the solar array is consistent with design guidelines applicable to its location within the city. B, the design of the project is compatible with the desirable architectural qualities and characteristics that are distinctive of Santa Barbara and of the particular neighborhood surrounding the project. C, the size, mass, bulk, scale, height, and scale of the project are appropriate for its location and neighborhood. D, the project is appropriately sensitive to the adjacent landmarks and other designated historic resources in the area. E, the scenic and public vistas are not affected. F, the project includes an appropriate amount of open space and landscaping. 11, the commission makes their tree removal findings, given that a reasonable and practical development of the property on which the trees is located requires removal of trees or trees whose removal is sought. The motion was by Lenvik, second was by Uli, with 4-2-0. Mahan, Jordan, and Manuel were absent. The motion carried. And individual comments. Commissioner Edmonds stated that she is opposed to the motion because she does not believe the project meets the project compatibility analysis finding of being sensitive to the surrounding neighborhood. She would like to see EPV district guidelines updated for modern problems such as solar panels. 2, Chair Grumbine stated that he is opposed to the motion because he believes the project is very close to being successful, but not quite there. All right, the 10-day appeal period was announced. All right, so with all those comments, and I see Vice Chair House, you came back just in the nick of time. All right, so with those comments, and Mr. Hamilton for any additional comments on the project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, because I know this has come up several times before, just a reminder that the solar panels themselves are not part of HLC purview pursuant to Government Code 65850.5. So just so you're aware of that. And we do have Ms. Plummer available if there are questions about the project, although she let me know she did not have any comments for the start. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant team.
Okay. All right. So welcome, applicant team. Mr. Vicente.
Good afternoon, Chair Grumbine, fellow commissioners. I can probably get started. Okay, great. Yeah.
Right. Oh, and actually, sorry, I'll just cut in just before. So you have, as you know, you'll have 15 minutes here. And if you could especially answer all the points from the, or discuss how you answered the points from the last motion, that would be very helpful. And then also show us anything else new and exciting. All right.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chair. All right, so let's just, I think, dive right into it. So it's been about a month since you've last seen us. We've looked and studied a number of ways to respond to the comments from the commission last time. And we also had an additional ad hoc meeting on October 18th with Commissioners Mahan and Vice Chair Howes. And they'll be able to comment on that, but we'll walk you through what the solutions are that we came up with. So next page, and let's skip this page to the next. So if we could zoom in tight there to this structure, it's probably where we'll spend most of our time here. So again, thank you for all of the comments, both in the last presentation and for the opportunity to meet on the roof and the time from the ad hoc committee members. It's always helpful to see the actual conditions. We've done 2 now, and it's been very helpful to the process, we feel. So really today is a refinement of the overall project with some detail updates, really kind of fine tuning and getting the structure to just look a little bit better. So probably start on the north side along Anacapa Street. Very simply, we cantilevered past the red line there, which is our main structural beam. The blue W10 girders went out just about 2 feet to pick up one more line of solar panels. And this was to pick up some solar panels that we lost as we fine-tune the structure, to also address some cantilever conditions which weren't resolving themselves very well. So in the right-hand corner is a section that we got rid of. So to the right-hand side, to the east there by the number 2, just down in that area. And also all the way on the opposite corner, on the west edge there by that tower, there was some additional paneling there, which was creating some additional cantilevered structure and just kind of challenging us on the traditional nature of the structural layout stacking. So those are the key kind of area changes of the panel array. Additionally, there's the note on the very bottom of the page in the center. We want to overhang some of the corners by 18 inches. So these are notes in this broader package. But when we get into engineering and we have all these things fine-tuned, those details will all be fleshed out in the final engineering package. Another thing of note, the decorative columns along Anapamu, we've got 3 of those called out. They're the non-solid red squares there. So just to be more clear on where we're placing those. And again, the beams above them would have some cantilever overhang to them for a little more authenticity. Beyond that, we did some adjustments to some panels to flatten them where they were more visible, and the structure itself along Anapamu. It's a little harder to see here, so we'll just look at that into details. Let's move to the next page. No other design changes really. Again, just refining the structure. The elevations really did not change, so we'll just skip past this page and the next. The overall height of the structure has stayed the same. So here's where we'll take a closer look at things. Let's zoom into the bottom right-hand corner, the details. So this detail really shows the biggest impact. So as you recall last time, the blue tube steel we had previously presented as 4x6 at 32 on center. In working to refine things in the comments from the commissioners, we've changed those to 6x8 tube steel, capped on the ends at 4 feet on center, 48 inches. And so to this side on Anapamu, we're also extending it about 5.5 feet beyond the parapet. And that's so on top, these lattia that we've been detailing out, we've upped the size of those to about 3x3. They were 2x2 before, and we've placed them about 12 inches on center. So now we have 5 of those, and you'll see how that reads in the photo sim. It's really what we were playing with. How does it look down from the street level for the right overhang in number of these? So this is probably the biggest refinement we've made. Let's look at the detail just above this. I think this stayed the same. We did not add any panels or overhang on the Granada side. Just wanted to show that to you. It stayed the same. And on Victoria, I believe it's the same thing, the detail above. So no adjustments on any of that. Next page, I think it's just the lighting fixture, which there's no change to the specification. Let's skip past this and look at the sims. So what you saw previously is the top slide, and now the bottom slide is the refined design. So I'll just mention it. If you could zoom in to the bottom slide a little more carefully there, or closely. On the left-hand side, off in the distance, is where there's some additional panels, but we did flatten them at this edge. They were visible with the sawtooth, and we did flatten the solar panels here. And at the previous meeting, the larger portion of the array that's visible here on the trellis structure was also just a reminder that that was flattened in that area back. I forget the exact dimension, but I think it was around 18 feet. Pretty much what was visible from the location. So here you can see the difference of the bigger kind of purlins that come out, as well as are these rafters that come out, the 6x8 and the latias at the edge here, the 3x3s. So a little more exaggerated, so you can really, it just has a stronger, it's just more like a traditional trellis detailing. And to the left-hand side there, our faux column, you can see the W18 beam cantilevering slightly. So let's move to the next page, a little more, there we go. The other view down the street a little further. The two comparison shots, and again, zooming in. And I will make point out a note here that came up as we further refined and confirmed the panels, kind of following up on the comment from the planner, Ted Hamilton. The panels, the underside is actually white, which is what you're seeing in the rendering. So just wanted to make everyone aware. I think there were some discussions in previous presentations. We did get that confirmed. Apologies for any confusion previously. But here you can see, again, how that trellis kind of develops and the refinement of the detail and the spacing. And then to the left-hand side, as it cuts back, you can see how we flatten that first grouping of panels. It's probably about 6 of them there to reduce the visual of the sawtooth. Next. From the corner, Annapurna and Anacapa, none of the changes we made are visible. Next slide. This is just to the north end, going back up. Anacapa, again, none of the changes we made are visible. Next page. And now on to the deck views. So you previously saw up top, one of the refinements we made, which hadn't been in the previous sims, you can see the planters are still in there, and now we've removed them. So some of the planters on the north edge, when the roof structure were installed, the planters were removed, and so it's they were easily removed. So and actually they'd get in the way of the installation of these structural columns. So we wanted to make sure that these graphics were updated so you could see more of the end product. So really on this edge, no real changes that you can see other than some of the cantilevering of the structural beams where the columns are placed. Next slide. From the courthouse clock tower, really no appreciable difference, even with the expanding to the northeast a little bit with one bay of panels. The structure was already, we kept the structure in the same place, and the panels are already back about two feet from the edge, so we're really only cantilever about 2 more feet to get another bay of panels in there. Next slide. And as you saw last time, we pulled back from the Granada edge, and just to show again, as currently proposed, the panels would not be visible from this side. Next. Similarly, along Victoria, really no change to this side, the same as what you've seen. And then the last slide. So here you can really kind of see the biggest refinement of the Annapurna edge. So on the left-hand side, you can see where we flatten the sawtooth. So you can see that more clearly here. Also the size of the rafters, the 6x8s, and then the edge of the parapet there. So you can really kind of appreciate this additional spacing and the size increase from 4x6 to 6x8, and then the additional latias there. And those are the refinements we've made. I'm going to actually pass it to Henry Lenny, since he was actually at the ad hoc meeting, committee meeting. I was not available to be there. So if he has anything additional to add to the process, we did talk about colors, etc. So this addresses kind of generally the comments that we got, because they were more broad in nature, but as we kind of studied. So if there's a specific comment to the minutes from last time, please do point that out, commissioners, if I didn't cover that directly, but I'll pass it to Henry so he can add some additional comments if he has any.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
The camera doesn't work, so you guys are lucky today. So Anyway, we had a really good meeting with Steve House and Bill Mahan and Alelia, and Councilwoman Sneddon was there as well. And we actually, being there at the site, we discovered certain things. We saw a pergola just across the way where the IRS building used to be, and there's a beautiful pergola there. And we noted the colors, we noted the extension of the horizontal support that was sticking slightly off the pergola itself, and so on. The color was very similar to what we were proposing and what Mr. Mahan suggested. But we also had an interesting discussion on color. And the consensus was that rather than making a decision on the color right now, we know where we're heading, we know the hue and the intensity of the color itself. But the suggestion was that maybe in the near future, we should actually have some board panels with the color that we think we want, bring them up to the site and see how they behave in the sun and in the shadow itself. Mr. Mahan pointed out that the same color facing the sun was significantly different, even though it was the same color, whereas on shadow, it completely changes to a much darker hue. So for that reason, I think the consensus of the ad hoc committee was to just go ahead and continue to explore that sometime in the near future so that we can actually bring some color samples and see how they behave with the sun and the shadows. There were some suggestions that we should include 5 latigos instead of 4, and that we should move the supporting elements forward a bit more so that we can actually receive the 5th latigo. We talked about the spacing and the importance of the spacing relative to the shadows that they're going to produce against the supporting beam. And again, we noticed those same shadows across the way in the pergola that we were looking at. And so I think these illustrations do reflect what we were talking about. Let me think. We talked about the charging pipes for the electric cars, and I think the consensus there also was that we should paint them the same color as the wall so that they don't appear to be so metally, and they would fade into the background. So unless Steve House and Bill Mahan have any additional comments to this, we might have forgotten something. So that would be my recollection of this.
All right.
Thank you, Henry. And Chair, that does conclude our presentation. And certainly, if we missed something, please do ask questions. We can clarify or respond.
Absolutely, we will. Okay, so let's go to public comment, and we'll come back to the commission and talk and ask Steve or Commissioner Vice Chair House and Commissioner Mahan to talk a little bit more as well about the meeting. So, all right. So, any member of the public wishing to comment on this item, please click on the green arrow hand icon, raise the hand, and you'll get 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those attending by webinar, please follow the instructions on screen to give oral public comment. We don't have anybody attending by webinar actually at the moment, so I'll just confirm with Ms. Tarnowskaya if we received any written correspondence.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton, and commissioners, we did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And still no attendees by webinar, so Mr. Chair and commissioners, back to you.
All right, thank you. Okay, to the commission, why don't we start with Vice Chair House and Commissioner Mahan in terms of their discussion, and then roll from there into questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is my mic on?
Yep.
Okay, good. I think it's all been covered. I think we've massaged this about as far as it can go. I think the sizing of the members is much more bold and gives it more character. I think the color is going to be the tricky thing to address, especially given that the last meeting it was represented that the underside of the panels was black, and the gentleman from the solar panel company did some more research and realized no, they're white. So we don't know if they're a refrigerator cool white or what kind of white they are. So, you know, that's my biggest concern. But as pointed out, being on the shaded side of the structure, hopefully they won't attract attention to themselves. I think the man from the solar panel company was going to look into whether there were some alternatives. We don't want to get into customizing them, different powder coating, but maybe, I don't know, we're going to look into that. But we all thought that the idea of a mock-up on site would be very good. And certainly we emphasize the need for horizontal members to always cantilever past their vertical supports. So I see that's been done. I think we need to see this in progress once they get into engineering, because the engineers will have their own interpretation of things and their own challenges. So we need to make sure it keeps going in the direction that we want it to go. But I think this is a big improvement over the time we've spent on this. Commissioner Mahan, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all the things you said, and I think we've made real progress. I feel really good about this now, and I think it's going to be acceptable from across the street in front of the library. I've thought about the underside of the panels being white, and I think because they are on the underside, and so they'll be always in the shade, and any light that comes in reflects off of a concrete floor upwards. I just don't think that they will be noticed. They will gray out, and they won't be noticed at all. And so I'm not concerned anymore about the color. I guess because we don't have purview over the solar panels, we really don't have purview over the underside of them either. But I don't think that they're going to be a problem, and I do agree with Henry that we could study the colors in the future, and a mock-up would be good, so we could look at it from across the street and see what this gray, a warm gray. I think we were agreeing the other morning that a warm gray would be okay, but. I like the latillas, the way they look now, and the overhang of the beams holding the latillas, and the overhang of the girders extending beyond the columns. And I think we've got a project here that's going to be acceptable.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mahan. I did want to ask a question because it was brought up in your statement as well about the solar panels. And so to Mr. Hamilton, we can't control the solar panels themselves, but we can control seeing the underside of them, whether that has to be screened or not, correct?
That's basically correct. The underside of the solar panel itself is not in the purview of HLC, but the supporting structure is.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we're clear on, and we're staying within the bounds, but we're clear on exactly what we can and can't do or say regarding the solar panels. Okay, so I think that's clear now. Other question? Okay, now let's go to the commission for questions, and of both the applicant and Vice Chair House and Commissioner Mahan. Commissioner Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your question and Mr. Hamilton's comment raises a question for me. As we know, my vote last time was no, because I didn't feel that the project was sensitive to the other, structures of merit in the area. So am I now to think that since we have no say over the solar panels, that I really should not be concerned about my personal conflict over solar panels in their sensitivity to the other structures, Mr. Hamilton?
Well, Mr. Hamilton, you, if I'm understanding, just to clarify, Commissioner Edmonds.
Yeah, I know, that was very vague.
Yeah, so I think I get what you're saying, which is basically, this technological, which I agree with, but which is the technological fact of like solar panels, kind of like big mechanical system in your face, and that's an affront to the structure of merit. And I think that portion, Mr. Hamilton, correct me if I'm wrong, that we can't have. We can't say that we can't deny something because solar panels are the one thing that get the free pass in California, where you can't stop them for that aesthetic reason. But that being said, the thing that we do have purview over is the structure that's holding them, that's also going extra high, that's a structure that we can review as an aesthetic thing. So that part of it we can control. So the sizing of things and what they look like, the members of the trellis, all those things, that's part of the structure. The solar panels themselves, we can't say paint the underside this color because the solar panels themselves are out of our purview. We also can't say we don't think that solar panels. We think that solar panel. We want to deny it because we think solar panels don't belong in EPV, because just saying that is too broad. But we can and do have regulate, or at least currently have design criteria of having high as best as possible the solar panels. So they can still be there. We're not stopping them from being there, but we just need that. We can still try to screen them visually. And so doing something on the underside that is something that screens visually is within our purview. But to tell them to paint the underside of the solar panel, like to make them paint the underside of the solar panel, is outside of our purview. Is that correct, Mr. Hamilton?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe that's mostly correct. It is sort of a gray.
Got most of it right.
Yeah, it is sort of a gray area with solar panels. I believe the solar panels themselves, you wouldn't have the ability to, or the purview to require them to be painted a different color or anything like that. But you do have purview over the supporting structure. So if you'd like the structure itself to be modified in a certain way, that isn't within your purview. To get more specific than that, I think I'd have to look into this with staff a little bit further.
Gotcha.
Well, can I take it a step further then and ask a question? Can we go back and look at the mock-up for as if I was standing on the sidewalk in front of the library on Anapamu? So maybe take the middle photo and enlarge that for me. Or I guess it's the new design, the bottom photo, sorry. So what I'm struggling with, am I looking at the trellis or am I looking at solar panels? And if I'm just looking
Can you
at...
zoom in? Can you zoom in even more to the trellis section, Mr. Bolton? I think I know where you're going with it, Mr. Edmonds. So the front part, if you look at the very front of it, the lightest part that has like 5 on the left, you can see it has 5 little ticks in terms of that's actually trellis Latia.
Right.
And then the stuff that's slightly darker than that, that's just beyond it, just behind it, that's the underside of the white photovoltaic panels. So you're seeing both. The front edge will actually be the lattice that you see through, and then the further back portion, and then the beams, the 6x10s or whatever they are, 6x8, are the ones that are actually the next size, the medium-sized beams that are going back towards the parking area, and back towards the further back of the roof. So, does that answer your question?
It does. Of course, you know, when you're standing on Anna Pamu in front of the library, you're not looking at it like we're looking at it in this enlarged photo. So,
Sure.
You know, probably you won't be offended by the solar structure. You're really.
It's definitely set towards the back, and the front portion is what you will visually kind of pick up a little more, and you see the shadow line.
Right. I'm trying to get to yes is what I'm trying to do here. So, okay. All right. Well, I don't want to keep beating it up and taking everyone's time, but thank you for letting me struggle through this.
Mr. Chair.
Sure. Vice Chair House.
While we were at the roof meeting, I wondered aloud about the possibility of putting some kind of darker screen material underneath the solar panels, but we quickly realized that was problematic because perhaps debris will collect and pose problems. Actually, it was Councilmember Snedden who said at City College they have panels and there's some issue with debris collecting. Now, of course, this is way up on top of a building. I don't see any trees towering over it, so I don't know that it would actually be a problem. But, you know, to the point that's been raised, technically, we could require a solid roof covering over our framework that the solar panels sit on top of, so we don't see the bottom of the solar panels. And that could be painted any color we want. But then there's still the issue of drainage. It's a large flat area and with actually no pitch to it. So, and of course it just adds cost. So I don't know if there is any good solution. I would observe that this is a rather elementary rendering with its depiction of shadows and stuff. So it doesn't have, you know, ray tracing and stuff like that to really give you a true indication of what the shadows are. Witness the fact that the underside of the trellises are basically all the same darker shade. They don't get darker as they go further back in. So I think it kind of overstates how much of that light color you'd see, but that might be something that they could mock up and we could see if it is an issue that needs to be dealt with, because I'd hate to look up there and see some very cold white that we're very much aware of.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair House. Other questions? And if not, why don't we roll into comments and turn it, go to Commissioner Lendick first. But, just in terms of our discussion, let's have maybe a discussion with the goal of, and we can bring the applicant in as needed in a minor way, because normally we just go straight to comments, but this is a difficult project and we have spent a lot of time and energy to make it, to help it to get to a good place. So we may be bringing the applicant in as well for this. Commissioner Lendick.
Yeah, if we go back to the roof framing plan, I'd appreciate it. My question is, zooming in on the, when they were here last time, I was concerned and maybe insistent that the free ends of the beams, the long span beams, be supported by decorative columns. And what we see on the
Actually, please zoom in, Mr. Bolton, a little more. Sorry, Commissioner Lendick, go ahead.
What we see in the southeast corner is no decorative column at that location. What we see
please, Mr. Bolton, can you circle the location that you're thinking it is, and that Commissioner Lendick, can you confirm?
Right there, the upper portion there. I don't see a decorative column there.
So where the blue girder crosses the red.
Right, where the blue and red
right. Or top.
And back off the enlargement again. I don't see one on the on the northwest intersection. You see there at the far western red line comes and the blue line intersect. There's no false column there. And there is no false column at the northeast where the blue beam cantilever. So there are three conditions that are non-traditional.
Visually supportive. Yeah.
Yeah, they're unsupported. There are three conditions that are not typical of a trellis structure. And I really feel that we need to have a decorative columns on those three locations.
Okay.
Now, so the question is, why did you not go with that input that was offered at our last meeting?
All right, to the applicant.
To the applicant.
Commissioner Chair Grumbine, Commissioner Lenvick. Great question. Yeah, so we consider every comment you all give us, and so we appreciate all the discussion. And it's for the east and the west, quite simply, because they're pulled back so far and they're in areas where we would lose parking, we decided not to place them there. On the west side, that's right in the parking bay, and on to the east side as well. Now, on the north, the very north side along Victoria III, as you mentioned, it's a little awkward because it's the W10 up above. And again, because we wouldn't lose parking there. Because it's less visual, we didn't think it was beneficial to add it. And you really only see them on the deck itself. So for all those considerations, we elected not to place any additional decorative columns there. And actually, I will add, to the very west, where we did have more solar panels, there was no way, because we had to cantilever much further to the west tower, there was no way, and it would be more visible there, there was no way to add a column there because there's significant infrastructure now. There's some big electrical panels that are there that aren't shown even in this photo. And so we just elected to pull the array and the structure further back on that west edge. So we're left with the three locations you mentioned, and that's why we didn't add the columns there.
You know, a question on the west line, if you ran that red beam, the western red beam, up to an approximate adjacency to the building structure, you could put in panels there that would replace those 12 panels that are up on the northeast corner. So you would avoid the blue cantilever by eliminating panels there and put those panels over on the west side. You know, I'm just trying to find a way to make these beams, these trellis members, respect what would traditionally be done. And we've got to find a way to do that. And, you know, the easy solution is put false columns in, but you may want to try to juggle some of the parts to avoid losing a parking space and so on and so forth. I can't imagine losing a parking space is a big deal. It certainly can't be to the transportation department. They decided on their own to remove planters without coming and asking us. So, you know.
Commissioner Lenvick, let me ask you a question as part of this. Is there, and I agree and I get the visual structural argument. I very much agree with that. In my mind, I put priority first and foremost on the view from the ground, from the public. And in my mind, it'd be better to pull back array and not even have it visually from the ground level of the public, and sacrifice the people that actually park up there and see this, you know, no corner supported trellis. I'd rather have that than have the array out and actually see it from the ground level. Just because as nice as it's getting, I think it's better to even not see it than to see it. But if you were to add columns, do you have an order in your mind that would be the most important to sort of of additional decorative columns that are the most important to hit?
That's
and Mr.
correct.
Chair, can I just ask a question really quickly? If we could clarify what we're talking about when we're saying west, north, east, et cetera.
Yeah.
The dimension 210 feet, 4 inches, is that the west side?
Yes, yep, traditional. Our Anacapa runs north-south. Anapamu runs east-west.
Well, they're actually 45 degrees to that, so one can take the stick.
But
I just want to make sure what you're talking about.
Don't start that again. All right.
The
We've got,
100
okay. So that's a good point, though. Let's clarify what we mean by it. So, Mr. Lenvik, or Commissioner Lenvik, if you could, as Mr. Bolton kind of hovers over things, confirm that where you are that you're talking about these locations. You described it, but I think it would be beneficial to.
The one is on that corner, I call it southeast corner, which is Anapamu, Anacapa Street's red beam, where the blue beam is crossing it. That's
Sorry,
one.
Wait, where he's hovering right now?
I don't see where he's at.
You see now it's the bottom.
Up, right there. There needs to be a
there we go.
at that point. Right now, there's nothing there. Even Frank Lloyd Wright couldn't.
Can you give an order to your what's most important corner first?
Well,
do you have a preference?
That's most important first.
Okay. And then what?
You go up to the north end, and you got that blue beam hanging out there, whatever it is.
Wouldn't you say that blue beam?
Right there.
Yeah, right there. Wouldn't
That's
you say
number
that
two.
blue beam?
That's number two.
Wouldn't you say that? Hold on. Wouldn't you say that blue beam can actually extend to some degree that amount because it's a smaller, minor one? It seems like it could be a
3 feet cantilever, not a 12-foot cantilever.
Okay, I just want to see. Okay, and then go to the next.
The third one is down on the Paseo side, right there. Yeah, those are the three.
Okay,
they're all important.
Is that okay?
They're
you
all
don't
important.
have a preference of importance. You all three of them. Okay.
All three important. Yep.
Okay, so let's go with this. Why don't let's try to get through the different major chunks of this. I think we have already been talking about all the pieces, and let's try to get at least some consensus on it. This is an in-progress review, so we're supposed to be giving feedback and in progress direction. I think in general, it seems like there's been pretty good feelings about this is very much getting close to an acceptable for final, getting close to that refinement that we had wanted on the first one, which most of you were okay taking the leap of faith. I wasn't. It wasn't because I doubted the talent of the architects, but it just wasn't quite there for me. It's getting there. It's definitely there for me now in terms of where this is going and the adjustments that have been made since last time for going in the right direction. I think there's still some question marks out there. We can talk about each of those question marks. But in general, I think that everyone seems to be pretty favorable about where this is going and the developments from last time, and that we're really closing in on a good final solution. Okay, so one of the issues out there is the one that Mr. Lenvik is bringing up in terms of the decorative columns. So I think we should give in general a general direction for where to go with the decorative columns, whether they're important to bring in or not, or how people feel about them. So does anyone want to weigh in on the decorative column issue?
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
With all due respect to Commissioner Lenvik, my personal feeling is once you're up on the roof, away from the area we've been addressing on Anapamu, there's nothing traditional about it. And I don't think that the lack of a column here and there is going to be noticed by anybody as not following some traditional rules of architecture. It's an industrial superstructure when you're up there. There's just no mistaking that. And if you put one at the corner by the stair shaft at the corner there, that would be the northwest corner, I guess. Then you get into regular spacing, and you need several more columns along that west side in order to simulate a regular spacing. Because obviously it's just not regularly spaced to begin with, and it would take a lot of extra columns to make it feel that way. But I think a straw vote would be appropriate on whether or not this is something we should impose upon the project.
Okay. I think that's a good point. I do think it's
Mr. Howes, we're in EPV, industrial or whatever. We're in EPV, and I think you're going down a real slippery slope. You could say, well, you can't see it from the ground, therefore we're not concerned about it. That's a slippery slope in EPV.
Well, it's mechanical equipment. Yeah,
It's
no,
an-
you have a good point.
but
I
it's
mean,
an
I
EPV.
respect your point.
Yeah.
I respect your point, but
I do think, okay, so let's have a little more discussion, then we're gonna have a straw vote on this. Anyone else want to weigh in on?
Mr.
on this?
Chair.
Commissioner Mahan?
I mean, we're talking about 3 extra columns, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we should ask the applicant if that's a budget buster or not. If it isn't a budget buster, 3 extra columns, I don't think that's, I think if it's not a budget buster, let's put the columns in. What the heck?
All right, sounds like a good idea to ask.
Another thing that since these cantilevers don't need the column wouldn't. I'm sure that a steel column is much more expensive than a plaster column. There might be a less expensive way to put a column in there, and those are things that the applicant could research. But I don't think that. I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill here with three columns more or less. Unless the applicant says that's a budget buster and we can't do the project because we have to buy 3 more columns, I think we should just go ahead with the columns.
Okay.
I don't see that they're detrimental to the project. And while I agree with the Commissioner House that this is once you get up in here, this is not going to be a beautiful structure, no matter what you say. And by the way, coming from the ground floor up, it's not a beautiful structure either. Once you drive in through those doors, this is the inside of this parking structure is not El Pueblo Viejo.
Well, someone on the select group said, gosh, we really need to have those beams extend a foot or 2 past the column. I mean, it's an industrial building, guys, why bother? But you made the decision that was visually important to do.
I'm saying let's go ahead and put the columns in visually, unless it's a budget buster.
So let's first get that point clarified, the budget buster point, and then we'll come back and discuss it some more. So to the applicant, is this a budget buster to add these 3 decorative columns?
Chair Grumbine and fellow commissioners. Well, let me start with we're $500,000 over where we started from a cost standpoint to enhance this to a point where it's acceptable. So it's incremental things that add up. Now, our 3 decorative columns, which we make out of much smaller and thinner material, detrimental to the project? No, but it does introduce. It's not as simple as any of those items. Reducing parking is potentially problematic for us, but we've been very amenable to things that are important, looking more closely at them. So as previously reviewed, if the opportunity is there, we can study the structural drawings of the garage and to potentially extend those beams to where we're not losing parking, and we can add them in and eliminate the cantilever completely. And grab the other end, and it may allow, I don't know that we can get more solar panels because the shadowing of the towers may make that inefficient, but to kind of complete the structure, if you will, we can certainly study that to see if we can at least close the loop and not eliminate any parking. So I think we're amenable to it, but we need to balance all the complexities, not just whether it's budget busting or not.
Okay, understood. Okay, great. So back to the commission now. So with that, and I do, while I don't think it would be the thing that would make me go against this project, I do agree that we kind of want to stick to principles throughout as much as for the next year as much as possible. And if this is a reasonable and possible thing, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Lenvick and Commissioner Mahan, it seems, to just and considering it's not a budget buster, but then also to have the architect to study how they might also play it out to be visually, structurally clear. If there's another trick that they have up their sleeve that they can go down that road. That's my opinion, but any more comments before we take a straw vote? I do think it's important to kind of get a feel for where the commission is on this.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Jordan.
Yeah, I have a comment, actually two comments. First of all, I want to thank the city and Commissioner Howes and Commissioner Mahan for working together. I think substantial progress has been made. I understand the concerns expressed by Commissioner Lenvick and others, but I just want to say I think substantial progress has been made. My other comment is that this is an important project for us in several ways. Santa Barbara needs to develop the infrastructure of alternative energy systems. And we need to avoid this effort becoming an either or situation in which the community is told either you can have new energy or you can keep the distinctive character of the city. So the Public Works Department has an important role in demonstrating that that's a false dichotomy. So I just want to say that this is an important project and I think substantial progress has been made.
All right, thank you for those comments, Commissioner Gordon. Any other comments before we do a straw vote on this, and then we'll go on to the next?
Mr. Chair, can you clarify what the straw vote is? After all this chat, I've lost the context. What are we straw voting?
We're straw voting what direction is north. No, I'm just kidding. We're straw voting whether for the three decorative columns, whether they are important to the commission to try to get into this project. And yeah, so let's go with that to begin with. Those who feel that the three decorative columns as called out by Commissioner Lenvick are important for this project. It's important to try hard to get into this project. Please, I guess we have to do a what's it called? Roll call vote for it, or can we just say aye and raise hand?
Roll call
vote. Right?
No answer.
Okay, so yeah, roll call vote. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote on those. Those who think it is important to have the decorative columns as outlined by Commissioner Lenvick.
All right, I'll go ahead and start with Commissioner Jordan.
No.
Commissioner Lenvick.
You're muted, sir.
I think you're muted.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
No.
Commissioner Uli.
No.
And Chair Grumbine.
Yes. Perfect split. 3 and 3. There's and we're missing
Drury.
Commissioner Edmonds. Yeah.
She announced you by this time, if you recall.
Yeah, I do. Okay, so at least the applicant knows right now that it's basically a split with the current commission as background of where we're leaning. All right, so now let's discuss the trellis, the new trellis size and adjustments of the overhang, the extended overhang, and in general the placement and composition of the new panels, and the way, and especially which the Anna Pamu side is the view from the Anna Pamu side in that corner is being seen. And the other adjustment change was the dropping the tilt of the solar panels so that they were flat, which I think was a great improvement visually from on that corner, because I think they really disappear a lot. So people in general, it seems like there's a pretty favorable view of how the new overhang, and if we can go to that image from the library from the street side, I think it's the best to capture it. The other images were good to see from Anna Kappa to show us that it really wasn't changing anything, and so that was good. But this was one that was this one you can kind of see off to the left, just to the left of the solar panels and trellis, the flattened version, so it just pretty much disappears. But then the other one was from there, that view, where it flattens out and you don't see the sawtooth. So in general, is everyone in favor of these changes, the sizing, the additional LATIA, the extension, and the flattening of the solar panels? And let's have a straw vote, or let's have a discussion and then straw vote for that. Any comments on that? Everyone in favor in general? If you're not in favor, speak up. I think we have pretty consistent in favorness of this. Okay, so let's just say that those pieces we're in favor of. So then the other piece or another piece would be the visual screening of via the structure, not through the underpaneling the solar panel or the painting of, or not necessarily from painting the solar panel, although a different color might make us not care about the structure of the trellis on which it sits. But the visual screening of it, and the discussion so far has been that there were ideas brought up by Vice Chair Housestead in terms of like a fabric or something like that, or some other way, some other way of screening it, whether that's a structure that is there or whether that's some other method that's cleverly come up with that is okay for drainage and it's also okay for and doesn't create a non-stop problem, cleaning problem, and whatever. The one idea was that we can wait until and we see a mock-up maybe, or maybe some other way that the architect can come up with. Just thinking out loud, that would be that would screen it, the underside. The other aspect of this is, in my mind, it's really only from this view for screening the underside. So it's really only this one strip. So I don't see it as needed, and I don't know what others think, but I don't see it as needed across the whole, all of the trellis and all of the panels and everything else. I see it more as just this sort of single swath of frontage that whatever that screening, the other screening idea would be. I don't know how does everyone else feel about this? Or maybe it's not such a big deal and maybe the color is fine. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mahan?
I think we should have a mock-up, and I think we should let it go until we have the mock-up, and that's the way to decide. If the white on the underside of the panels is objectionable, then we have a problem. If it's not, then we don't have to worry about it. But we need a mock-up to make that decision.
All right, and I see Vice Chair House shaking his head yes with that as well. And anyone else not think that's nodding yes? Is there anyone else that thinks otherwise, that we shouldn't just wait till a mock-up before we make more further discussion about that, whether there is a need for another screening device? All right, sounds like we're in agreement with that then. And I think as part of that mock-up, it would probably be good to have a mock-up of the system so that we kind of see the components together. It doesn't have to be the real things, but it could be something that's done to paint out and to see how it would play out with the different pieces.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Mahan.
Yeah, when we do that mock-up, we can also make a decision on the color for the columns and the structure.
Okay, sounds good. So a mock-up for color of trellis and also whether there needs an additional screen or not. And because it's not in our purview, we won't suggest to the architect and team to perhaps look into other colors it comes into, but if they did, it might make other things easier. So, but we can't tell them they have to. Okay, any other comments we want to bring out in this at this time?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Howe.
I think mainly to remind them that we would like to see it return in progress.
And the mock-up obviously is going to have to be a part of that too. Okay, so yeah, because I think the more detailed drawings are obviously going to show us more pieces as well. So okay, so so to summarize the comments, we have a there was first we wanted to thank the city and Public Works and the applicant or and the applicant and the architect team, design team for all their hard work at this, as well as Vice Chair House and Commissioner Mahan and Commissioner Lenvik, who have all been part of subcommittees to help this project along. We recognize the importance that it has both for getting sustainable energy within the city and for trying to find a good solution that allows for both EPV guidelines to exist with the new energy needs at the same time. So that's to start with. Thank you everyone for their hard work, and it's really turning out very well. There was the next comment was that there's a split straw vote on whether visual aesthetic columns that visually support the 3 locations that Commissioner Lenvik stated or pointed out that are still visually need to be carried for the trellis structure. So that's where that piece is. So it would be probably a good idea to continue the study of seeing how those pieces can play out if you want a fully supportive commission. And also assuming it doesn't break the bank on the project. So the other comments were that the new sizing and extensions of the trellis on the Anacapa or Anapamu side have much improved and are acceptable. The flattening of the solar panels on the Granada Paseo side is much appreciated and is a much improved design. The color and screening on the Anacapa side built into the trellis is to be looked at as a mock-up in the field for both color and the screening of the solar panels from the underside as part of the trellis structure for in the future in another in-progress review. And then as well, of course, all the other details, the lights to be shrouded that might be visual from the public view, and obviously colors and other things to be coming back for final eventually. All right, did I leave anything else out? All right, so.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Mahan.
With those comments, I'll make a motion for indefinite continuance.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Mahan, a second by Commissioner Uli. Under discussion, any discussion? All right, to the applicant, is everything clear?
Just about, yeah. Thank you for the comments. I think what we would like a little more clarification on is mock-up. What is your expectation of mock-up? Yeah, how much?
Okay, yeah. So
yeah, that'd be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
In my mind, and Commissioner Mahan and Vice Chair House especially, comment on this, but my mind, having something boxed out that's the size you can paint the color of the column, not, the column, like a corner section, basically. The column, the girder, the cross beam, and at least the extension partially, and a couple latias, and with enough for the underside of the solar panel to be seen through. That, and like one panel or two panels, that would be a significant enough amount of mock-up to be able to judge color and that. What do you all think? Commissioner May and others.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair House.
While that would be ideal to have that much of a mock-up, it seems like it gets pretty complex, and unless we have an even more extensive structural mock-up, we really have a hard time knowing just how much the undersides of the panels disappear. So I would be happy just if it were possible to get one of those panels on the site so we can actually see what the color of the underside is, and then just use our judgment about it. I think we can tell from these visuals that the spacing of the projecting beams and the latias on top, all of that, the proportions are fine. I don't have a question with that. I think that, just a large piece of plywood or something like that painted the color to give us an idea, or several different shades of the color, lighter and darker on each side of what's been specified so far, might be enough. I don't know that we need to get too fancy about it, but I'm curious what others think.
Why can't there? I mean, if there's story poles are obviously way harder. Why can't there be 6x10s? Just go buy some lumber at Home Depot and do put some 6x10s
at Home Depot.
But at least for the smaller pieces, getting an actual thing. I think this is really such a it's such a push for, and yet it's important to try to get it right, that there's going to be a lot of the color of the trellis itself that's going to affect things, and the different member sizes. I think there's going to be more to it than that. It's going to be pretty visual. I'm a little worried that we don't do enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that my feeling is that the color is going to be really important, and the fact of the matter is a 30-inch deep beam is nowhere near what you'd see in a wood structure. So, mocking that up isn't going to tell us anything we don't already know, that it's just not a traditional size member that you'd see in something like this. So,
it's more the play of the color of what it'll feel like, and not so much like that is, and judging that and the panels as well at the same time.
I would agree with Steve. I think that we're asking way too much of the applicant. We've made our decisions on the size of the columns and the size of the beams, and it'll be, I think, interesting to see what the solar panels underside looks like in a horizontal position, and they can tack that up against one of the indentations in the structures up there, and we can see what's going on. Vertically is one thing and horizontally it's another thing. And whether or not we even want to paint, put paint colors on now for the beams and whatever, I don't know. I mean, we'll know more about that when the structure's in place. I don't want to burden them anymore. To have them build a mock-up like you're suggesting is equivalent to 3 fake columns.
So you'd rather get the 3 fake columns?
I'd rather get the 3 fake columns dollar-wise than a mock-up.
Okay. What do other commissioners feel? I'm the only one that's seen this.
Mr. Chair, I think if we could just simply see the panels, which seem to be the rub here, I think that would be sufficient. Unless you're going to build a mock-up that is to scale, in place, and show all the pieces I don't hold much value in mock-ups. But if the rub is really how much the bottom of these panels are going to affect the aesthetics, then get one panel in each of the colors they come out of the factory with, and let's pick one that is the least offensive.
Yeah, that would be one color.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hamilton.
They come in white, they come in silver, they come in, white is not the only color they come out of the factory in.
Mr. Hamilton?
Just to reiterate, the panels themselves, even the undersides, are not in the purview of HLC.
I understand that, but we can give our feedback to the applicant who's listening intently and wanting our approval on a structure that holds these things. They must be listening. So if our sense is that white is too bright and there's a gray color available, then they can pick the gray color out of the catalog, and we haven't specified anything. Otherwise we're just spending a whole lot of time on nothing.
Yeah. So we won't put that in the motion in terms of a choice or whatever, but as we select colors for this trellis structure, and as we think about what that trellis structure is, that's obviously part of our mind thing. If everyone else is feeling that the mock-up is too burdensome, then that's fine. I'll drop it if I'm the only one. So, all right. So in that case, it would just be the underside of the solar panel. I do think that there should be something painted that represents something as a beam, whether that's even just a piece of plywood or whatever, cut to a strip that can be held up and looked at in combination with the underside of the solar panel, so we can actually see how things are reflecting a little bit. At this point, that's just Commissioner Lenvik, that's like a millionth of your fake column. So we're down to we're down to the little bite budget. Okay, so I think we have to the applicant. Is it are you clear now with what we now mean by mock-up? Because obviously we weren't clear about it. So.
Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, we appreciate the clarification amongst yourselves in the direction. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lenvik really wants his fake column. All right. Okay. So we've got a motion. We got a second. We've got discussion. Anything else before we go to a vote? All right. Let's have a roll call vote.
All right, thank you. I'll start with Commissioner Dorgan.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Was that me?
yes.
Very spacey sounding.
Well, I heard the motorcycle go by and I didn't hear my name. Yes.
And Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all, and thank you everyone that's been working on this. All right. So with that, I think we are finished.
Thank you all.
All right. Meeting is adjourned.